After Yun Xiao went in, he saw Yuan Gaohan standing inside with a blank look on his face. His pupils were wide open, as if he had sensed something, and he was almost petrified. This place is dense. Is this Noah's ship? He asked nervously with a little fear. When he saw Yun Xiao's figure emerge, his heart was filled with dread. As a ninth-tier alchemist who had read a lot of books and was very knowledgeable about all kinds of things, he was able to discover the situation here immediately. Yun Xiao looked at him indifferently and explained, "It's not Noah's ship, but it's a transcendent-grade mystic artifact that's the same as Noah's ship. Perhaps it's more appropriate to call it a holy artifact?" Yuan Gaohan was really panicking this time. Although he had already guessed it, it was still confirmed by Yun Xiao's words, which shocked him greatly. You have a saint artifact? There are only 2 or 3 of such items in the world. So which one is this saint tool? Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as he said coldly, "Isn't Noah's ship the only one?" It seemed that, as a saint, he knew more than ordinary people. "I'm very interested to know what the 2 or 3 items you mentioned are." Yuan Gaohan immediately shut his mouth. His eyes filled with a complicated expression as he said, "It seems that you really aren't a disciple of the Soul Devourer sect. Otherwise, Huangfu Bai would never allow his disciples to have such a heaven-defying sacred object. In the history of the human race, only Noah's ship has been recorded, but in the long history of the heavenly martial arts realm, no one would believe that Noah's ship is the only saint tool." He paused for a moment and seemed to be slightly relieved. "Since you have the saint artifact, you naturally don't need to fear the chaotic flow of energy in the Silver River." However, he was also full of worry and apprehension as he said, "What do you plan to do with me?" He also realized that he knew Yun Xiao's secret, and the latter would not let him go easily. He finally knew what that grievance meant. "Ing Luo." Yun Xiao smiled. "Old Yuan, it seems that you're not stupid. Just don't play dumb in front of me in the future. You're wrong about one thing. Even with this saint artifact, I don't have the confidence to cross this galaxy, because this saint artifact was extremely heavily damaged when it fought against another saint artifact. It's also been ravaged by the immemorial astral winds just now, so it's even more broken now. This is also why I need your help." "Another holy weapon?" Yuan Gaohan's eyes bulged out. He found that what he saw and knew in a day was more shocking than what he had seen in a lifetime. In the legends, only Noah's ship was recorded in history, and now 3 of them had appeared. And the specific situation is a little complicated, and I don't have time to explain. I need you to help me control this saint artifact and cross the other shore," Yun Xiao said with a serious face. "That's natural," Yuan Gaohan nodded and said, "Escaping is the most important thing now. But I want to know how you will deal with me." He was extremely worried. In this saint artifact, Yun Xiao could control the laws of heaven and earth with a single thought. He was no match for the other party at all, so he had to negotiate the conditions while he could still play his role. Yun Xiao narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Old Yuan, don't worry. I won't harm you. Otherwise, if I kill you, your true body will immediately know everything that happened here. At that time, I will really be in danger." Yuan Gaohan's expression changed and he asked in horror, "Are you going to imprison me forever? In that case, it would be better to die." "Don't worry." Yun Xiao shook his head slightly and said, "I'll naturally imprison him for a while, but I can guarantee 2 things. First, your cultivation here will not be any worse than in the outer space of the realm. Second, I need you to help me refine something. 3. As long as I recover to my peak strength, I will definitely let you out." Yuan Gaohan's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he asked with some doubt, "Just like this? You're not lying to me?" He did not know that when Yun Xiao said that he could recover his strength to the peak, he meant that he could return to the peak of the 9 heavens realm. He thought that it was just his current peak 4 stars martial grandmaster, and thought that the conditions were too simple. Yun Xiao looked at him coldly and said proudly, "I've always been a man of my word. When have I ever lied to anyone?" He waved his hand, and Gu Yuesheng and the others immediately appeared nearby. Each of them looked at Yuan Gaohan with a stunned expression. "I promised you before," Yun Xiao murmured. You can leave as long as you help me once. You're free now. I won't force you to stay if you want to leave." When everyone heard this, they were all overjoyed. Situhung was the first to laugh. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, many thanks." Yuan Gaohan's face revealed an extremely strange expression. "There's a demon outside, and he has a sacred weapon, ancient gods battlefield. Aren't you trying to trick them?" What? Demon? A saint artifact? Those people's expressions all changed. Although they didn't know what a great demon and a holy weapon were, they could tell that they were very powerful. Gu Yuesheng's face showed anger and he said, "You want to harm us?" Yun Xiao crossed his arms over his chest and said leisurely, "Gu Yuesheng, I don't like what you're saying. You all saw how the astral winds were wreaking havoc earlier. If we let you out at that time, who would be able to survive? Although there's a great demon outside, it's currently trapped by the immemorial astral wind and won't be able to come out for a while. If you go out now, you'll be safe for at least an hour." The 6 people's faces were all gloomy and uncertain. They still had a lingering fear of the destruction caused by the immemorial astral wind. It was actually an existence that could contend with that kind of thing. Even if they were given an hour to escape, they might not be able to escape. "Can't you just find a safer place before letting us out?" Yujilin couldn't help but ask. "I'm sorry," Yun Xiao sneered. "Everywhere I stand is dangerous. It's up to you whether you want to leave or not. I called you over to tell this old Yuan that I'm a man of my word." Yuan Gaohan was also speechless. Although he didn't go back on his words, he was still a bit embarrassed. The 6 of them were all angry and hesitant. If they missed this opportunity, who knew when the next one would come? Duan Yu laughed gloatingly and said, "I think you'd better just return to young Master Yun's side. Don't always think about how to escape. That way it won't matter whether you leave or not." Yun Xiao looked at the 3 men from the Temple of Holy Fire and said, "The 3 of you can stay. I have a good relationship with Yifan, and he was the one who sent me here on Noah's boat. The next time I see Yifan, I will let you go out to see him." The 3 of them were shocked and then they were overjoyed. They said excitedly, Is what you said true? Did young master really get Noah's ship?" "Of course." Yun Xiao nodded. Yuan Gaohan was shocked to see that Noah's ship had really appeared. He had been in the outer realm for 10 years, and many major things must have happened. But why hadn't his main body sent anyone to pick him up? Could it be that the holy region was still peaceful? The 3 men were so excited that they could not put their emotions into words. They still believed Yun Xiao's words. It was no longer important whether he could get out of here or not. Overjoyed, he flew directly behind Yun Xiao, planning to follow him for the time being. Yu Jilin remained silent for a long time before he finally sighed and said, "Young Master Yun, it's my blessing to have such a supreme-grade profound-level weapon and to have the luck of heaven. I hope young Master Yun won't abandon me. I wonder if I have the honor to follow you." Yun Xiao glanced at him, then laughed and said, "Not bad. Mr. Yu, it seems that the Divine Realm tablet is very suitable for you. I didn't notice it, but I've become an 8 stars martial emperor in such a short time. That's right, you have the qualifications to follow me for the time being. But if you can't advance any further, this qualification will slowly be revoked." Yuan Gaohan was shocked. It turned out that this saint weapon was called the Divine Realm tablet, and it wasn't among the few saint weapons he knew of. What made him even more confused was that Yun Xiao was only a 4 stars martial grandmaster, while the other party was an 8 stars martial emperor. He really did not know where Yun Xiao got such confidence from. "What about you guys?" For the last time, Yun Xiao looked at Situhang and Gu Yuesheng and said, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The Skeleton and Storm Mercenary Corps no longer existed. Chan Chuanjiu and Xin Feng have both died. And now, the Qinga Forest is under the rule of the Rookie Mercenary Group." "What?" The 2 of them were shocked. After recovering from his shock, Situ Hung immediately came back to his senses. After some consideration, he cupped his fists and said, "Situ Hung is willing to follow young Master Yun. However, his strength is too low, and I'm afraid that young Master Yun won't be interested in him." Yun Xiao gave him a look and said, "Your talent is indeed not very good. But, in my Divine Realm tablet, it's very possible for you to reach the peak of Martial Venerable Realm in the future. If you're lucky, you'll have a chance to break through to the rank of a Martial Supreme. What? Situhung was shocked. His mouth was wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. He was well aware of his own body's condition. His biggest dream in this life was to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. How could the other party say that he had a chance to break through to the Martial Supreme realm? Who did he think he was? Did he think he was a ninth-tier alchemist? Situ Heng's heart was filled with a strange and unconvinced feeling. Yun Xiao ignored him. Finally, he looked at Gu Yueshing and said, "You're quite talented, kid, but you've taken the wrong path. I'll find you a teacher now, and I guarantee that he'll be better than that crazy Master Jie of yours." "How about it?" "What? Crazy Jie?" Yuan Gaohan's pupils shrank. He stared at Gu Yueshing and said in disbelief, "You said his master is Crazy Jie? Isn't that madman already dead?" Then, he revealed a strange expression and said angrily, "You're not referring to me when you say that master, right?" Gu Yueshing's face was also full of disdain. He snorted contemptuously and said suspiciously, "Him? He seems to be a soul, right?" Yuan Gaohan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked at Gu Yueshing in surprise and said, "This brat really has some skills. He can actually see through my spiritual body." Yun Xiao smiled, then pointed at Yuan Gaohan and introduced him to the crowd. "This is Master Yuan Gaohan, a ninth-tier alchemist of the Holy Region." After the entire space sucked in a breath of cold air, it was silent. There was no sound. This time, Gu Yueshing was really shocked. Situ Heng and Duan Yu also had their mouths wide open. They were all stunned. A ninth-tier alchemist was like a god, and even a martial emperor could not meet them easily. But now, he had been brought into the Divine Realm tablet by Yun Xiao. Lao Ai? How big of a face did he have? The group of 6 immediately felt unusually nervous. Even though they were in the air, they still felt somewhat uncomfortable. They were always afraid that their image was not right and that they would make Grandmaster unhappy. "You're the last one left, old Yuan. At least submit to me for the time being." Yun Xiao stared at Yuan Gaohan and said indifferently. In the silent air, only the sound of gasps could be heard as they all looked at Yun Xiao in horror. What did he just say? Did I hear it right? He wanted to make a ninth-tier alchemist submit to him? Everyone was shocked, but Yuan Gaohan's face was gloomy and uncertain, unable to make a decision. If he agreed, where would he put his face? If he didn't agree, he would be the meat on the chopping block. Not to mention not letting you out. Even if I let you out, you will still die. His eyes flashed with a look of intense struggle. Yun Xiao could see his concern, so he said with a smile, "While I'm recovering my peak strength, you only need to help me refine some equipment and pills. I won't let you do anything other than refining. In addition, you'll have unexpected gains here." Yuan Gaohan's heart suddenly moved. Thinking that this was a saint weapon, his eyes suddenly burst out with a strong light. Yun Xiao smiled as a beam of golden light streaked across the air. Wherever it passed, golden tadpole-like characters faded away. It was the great realm divine technique. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, more than 100 words appeared. Yuan Gaohan almost forgot to breathe, a deep look of desire appearing on his face as he said, "Good! During this period of time, I will submit to you and help you recover your strength with all my heart and soul." However, those words just now. As soon as he agreed, the 7 people's faces changed, and they finally revealed looks of surprise. Who else could subdue a ninth-tier alchemist except those peak martial sovereigns or those who were like super forces? Yun Xiao was overjoyed. He nodded and said with a smile, "No problem. You can study those 100 words as you wish. I only know a few of them, and I need your help to decipher them." Moreover, what he needed more was Yuan Gaohan's alchemy ability. As an 8th-tier starlight soul body, it was equivalent to the strength of an 8th-tier alchemist, which was enough for him to refine many special pills that he could not refine at his current stage. Let's not waste any time. Let's work together to control this divine realm tablet and let him cross the galaxy. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Xiao looked at the other 7 and said, "Don't go either. It's always good to have more strength, no matter how insignificant it is." At that moment, the 7 men admired and obeyed Xiao from the bottom of their hearts, and they dared not overstep their boundaries. Even Duan Yu was a little nervous. With a 9th-tier alchemist present, he did not even dare to speak loudly to Xiao. Xiao set up a huge array in the air and sat opposite Yuan Gaohan, while the other 7 people stood around him, all looking at him nervously. The deity technique that controls this saint artifact is called the Great Realm Deity Technique. The meaning behind it is unclear, so I can only use the power of the characters to control the power of the saint artifact. Now, Old Yuan, you will cooperate with me and use this formation to unleash the power of the Great Realm Divine Technique's words. When it enters the Milky Way, there will definitely be a large amount of terrifying energy rushing in from the outer space. Everyone must work together to resist it. Yes, everyone, including Yuan Gaohan, shouted in unison. The Divine Realm Tablet was like a house that was leaking air on all sides. Water would definitely enter if it rained. Without saying anything more, Xiao began to use the energy in his body to manifest the Great Realm Divine Technique on the array. For a moment, a golden light flickered, and over 100 characters kept shaking in the air. Each character contained great power, but they were like locked boxes, and the profound meaning could not be understood. Yuan Gaohan's heart trembled as he hurriedly cast a spell and poured his strength into the circular array. His 8th order soul power rushed into it and immediately stabilized the golden characters in the air, preventing them from immediately disappearing. The entire Divine Realm Tablet was suspended at the edge of the galaxy. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the tablet, and the patterns on it kept emerging. The entire tablet became very spiritual. Whoosh! The Divine Realm Tablet turned into a ray of light and rushed into the river of stars in the golden light, looking in the direction of the heavenly Martial Continent. Wherever the golden light passed, all forces were repelled and pushed to both sides, like a pair of scissors cutting through a piece of cloth. In the distance, the demon and the crocodile's battle was also gradually coming to an end. The large amount of earth floating in the air was originally thought to be a piece of ruins, but it was all gathered under the control of the ancient tower. It formed a desert around the ancient tower, and in the end, it was sucked into the ancient tower along with the crocodile formed by the wind. After taking back the countless pieces of broken earth, the ancient pagoda seemed to have some intelligence, and the patterns on it flickered continuously. Looking in through the window on the tower, one could see the sky full of yellow sand and all kinds of ruins. They were in different levels and spaces of the tower, and the crocodile was at the bottom level, roaring repeatedly but to no avail. The ancient god's battlefield is too severely damaged. We must reopen the earth, water, fire, and wind fields to restore it to its original peak power. The demon looked at the spinning tower in his hand with worry. He muttered, "These ruins and the immemorial astral winds just so happen to be able to be refined into the power of the earth and wind domains. I'm only lacking the water and fire elements." He cast his gaze to the heavenly martial arts realm in the distance, and suddenly saw the Divine Realm Tablet shuttling back and forth in the galaxy. His pupils were slightly shocked, and he said in surprise, "That's Xing Luo. Why does it look so much like that saint artifact?" The demon's eyes were weird and he said in shock, "Could it really be?" He suddenly clenched the ancient god's battlefield in his hand and gathered all the demonic chi in the sky. Then, he turned it into a ray of light and rushed forward. In the dark night, he was like a star that had been extinguished as he chased after the demon. The entire space kept shrinking and retreating under his light. In an instant, he came to the edge of the Milky Way. He stared at the Divine Realm Tablet, and his face became more and more solemn. His divine sense entered the Milky Way and felt the terrifying power inside. His expression suddenly changed. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll repair my ancient god's battlefield first, and then I'll find the person who made the Divine Realm Tablet." Since that person had the Divine Realm Tablet, it wasn't a good time to be hostile to him for the time being to prevent the saint artifact from being damaged further. However, It's not that easy to escape back to the realm of heavenly martial arts so smoothly. The ancient tower disappeared in a flash in his hand, and a huge demonic shadow appeared behind him immediately, transforming into a Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of his hands made a seal, and then a large amount of demonic chi gushed out from the 6 seals, constantly condensing and surging, and finally forming a black and shiny ball. It flew out of his hand, rushed into the silver river, and chased after the divine realm tablet. The great demon stared coldly at the light of the divine realm tablet in the distance and said in a cold voice, "I'll let you off this time. I'll only give you a little trouble. You won't be so lucky next time." After he finished speaking, his body disappeared into thin air at the edge of the Milky Way. After that, they only saw a spot of light wrapped around an ancient pagoda. It kept flashing in the dark night, heading in the opposite direction of the realm of heavenly martial arts. At this moment, in a bustling street of a city somewhere on the heavenly martial continent, a man dressed in a blue robe with butterfly patterns strolled around with great interest, as if he was curious about everything. Suddenly, he stopped and his pupils shrank. He raised his head in horror, trying to see through the layers of the sky. However, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The sky was clear and he could not see anything. Just as he was bewildered, his head suddenly ached violently, as if a large amount of complicated information had been injected into it. It gave him a splitting headache, and he held his head and roared. The pedestrians on the street were all shocked and immediately made way for him. They watched as the handsome man held his head and screamed. Soon he rolled on the ground in pain. In the end, his legs opened up and he stopped moving. He lay on the ground, but his face was calm. Only his brows were tightly knitted. "Hey, what's wrong with that person? Can't be dead, right?" "It's possible. The epilepsy was so severe just now. He was a good young man, but he died just like that." Sigh. Life is really unpredictable. This man is quite handsome, what a pity. Could he be alive? Anyone who knows medicine can go up and take a look. TSK. Don't harm me. If I go up to take a look and he suddenly wakes up and says that I knocked him down, then I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. Don't worry. Everyone will be your witness. There are so many witnesses, and they will all be on your side. Everyone, right? Yeah. The surrounding people immediately responded, and one of the big men even shouted, "As everyone can see, this man fell because of his epilepsy, and it has nothing to do with the old doctor. If the young man wants to be unreasonable and refuse to pay the medical fee, we will all testify for the old doctor." I will, the people around him said with a righteous look. Only then did an old doctor dare to step forward and squat down to take the man's pulse. As soon as he touched her pulse with 2 fingers, his entire body trembled, and his face revealed a shocked expression. His eyes became paralyzed and lifeless, as if he had turned into a fossil. "Thank you, old man. I'm fine." The young man suddenly did it himself and moved his hand away. The old doctor was quick-witted and came back to his senses. He looked at the man in horror, screamed in fear, and ran away like crazy. "TSK, you're lying on the ground and pretending to be dead." Really? The onlookers only felt that it was boring and dispersed. The young man's expression turned serious and his eyes glowed with a faint blue light. He stared into the depths of the sky and his handsome face was exactly the same as the man who owned the battlefield of ancient gods. It was Dijia who came out of Mount Meru. The divine realm tablet shuttled through the Milky Way galaxy at a high speed and was hit by the black devil chi that was chasing after it, making a huge vibration and a loud rumble. Fortunately, the black devil chi was almost worn down by the various terrifying energies in the Xing River. But even so, it stuck to the surface of the divine realm tablet like maggots in a corpse and could not be removed. As a result, the golden light emitted by the divine realm tablet gradually dimmed. After a few breaths, the golden light brightened again, and the black demonic chi completely disappeared. It actually rushed into the space inside the steel. Inside the divine realm tablet, everyone first felt a violent tremor and almost lost control. When they finally stabilized themselves, the entire sky suddenly darkened again. Devil chi rolled in the air and roared down. Everyone was taken aback, and they were all extremely vigilant. Duan Yu and the others all held all kinds of profound-level weapons in their hands, ready to fight at any time. Yuan Gaohan poured all of his soul power into the array, and at this moment, he was bitterly holding on, the light on his body flickering. "What's with your saint artifact? It's like a leaking boat. Anything can come in." Yun Xiao smiled wryly and said, "Didn't I say it was damaged? I'm having a headache too. Is there anyone in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts who can cultivate this kind of thing?" After a brief pause, Yuan Gaohan fell silent, his eyes flashing with excitement as he looked at Yun Xiao from time to time. "I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you to repair the Divine Realm tablet," Yun Xiao said with a smile. This was also the main reason why he wanted Yuan Gaohan to submit to him, because he couldn't find a second reliable alchemist master who had the ability to repair the Divine Realm tablet. Yuan Gaohan was overjoyed and quickly nodded. "Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to fix it." It was a great honor for every alchemist to be able to touch a profound-level weapon of this level and get involved in it themselves. Even a 9th-tier alchemist could only come across such an opportunity by chance, just like how Yun Xiao had hoped to see Noah's ship at that time. In the study of alchemy, every alchemist put it first, which was far more important than any other interests. At this time, the demonic chi that poured in from all directions began to wreak havoc, whistling down. Duan Yu and the other 7 raised their energy to the maximum and rushed forward with a roar. Dark Thunder was also fighting against the demonic energy with its lightning flashing. Yun Xiao was shocked when he saw this. That great demon is probably an existence of the 9 heavens realm. It's just a ball of demonic chi, and it's been consumed from a very far distance, but it's already so overbearing. The demon that was released this time seemed to be much more powerful than Dijia. Back in Mount Meru, they had been able to fight with Dijia for a long time with the combat power of martial emperors. The last wisp of divine sense of a martial emperor had almost suppressed him. This time, even the crocodile formed by the immemorial astral wind could not suppress the devil. He also had a sacred weapon, the battlefield of ancient gods. This was really a huge mess. Other than those super forces, no one else would be able to contend against them. Yuan Gaohan's face was also filled with worry, as if a trace of regret had appeared. Saint artifacts have appeared in large numbers, and the heavenly fortune is afraid of changes. That demon coming out at this time is also God's will. It can't be completely blamed on us. Yun Xiao looked at the demonic aura and said with a serious face, "If there's really something big, it's a tribulation of this era that can't be resisted by human power." He formed a seal with one hand, and a bright red color immediately gushed out from the ground. The true phoenix fire soared into the sky. Just as Yuan Gaohan began to think about his words, he was shocked and his eyes revealed a look of horror. The infinite power contained in the flames made him feel a little shaken. He asked in horror, "What kind of flame is this?" "It's actually an elemental power that's approaching the origin. It's the natal divine flame of the ancient true spirit phoenix," Yun Xiao said expressionlessly. "Unfortunately, my strength is too low, so I can't control it well. Otherwise, with this flame, even if we were to fight the great demon, the outcome would be uncertain." "Who the hell are you?" Yuan Gaohan was dumbfounded and asked in a daze. "You have the true phoenix fire too?" He suddenly understood and said in surprise, "You went to the outer space to collect the immemorial astral wind and open up the earth, water, fire, and wind." Yun Xiao showed a look of praise and said, "I don't have the ability to reopen earth, water, fire, and wind." The Divine Realm tablet contained the 4 territories, which formed a world of its own and could even nourish all things. However, when I obtained the Saint artifact, it was already extremely damaged. I had to try to activate the 4 territories, and I successfully activated the fire and earth territories. Yuan Gaohan was shocked and muttered, "You've activated 2 territories, so you still have the earth origin element. Now, you've also obtained the immemorial astral wind. All you need is the water origin. It's very likely that you can repair it." At this moment, the true phoenix flame rushed into the sky and burned wildly at the demonic chi. It quickly dispersed the demonic qi and continued to escape, as if it still had intelligence. Yunxiao's brows furrowed even more when he saw the result. This is going to be a little troublesome. The devil qi can't be dispelled. It has dissolved and hidden in the divine realm tablet. It's fine, Yuan Gaohan said. As long as we can repair this divine monument, the power of the territory will spread out, and the demonic qi will have no way to escape. The two of them stopped talking and silently worked together to control the formation. The divine realm tablet soon passed through the Milky Way space, turned into a meteor, and fell toward the land of the heavenly martial realm. Under the starry night, clear waves of green grass, deep in the winter. Yin, why did you call me here? If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let you off today. A delicate and pretty woman was furious. She was dressed in a flowery-collared brocade robe and had a jade hairpin in her hair. Her body exuded a faint yuan qi fluctuation, and she was clearly a cultivator. He looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, and he was very wary of the man in front of him. His eyes were full of anger. Of course it's a great thing. Otherwise, how would I dare to disturb junior sister Dong Er's cultivation? This man called Yin tried to ingratiate himself to her, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Not only was his junior sister Mei Donger unhappy, but she also looked down on him even more. Yin stopped smiling and said awkwardly, "The sect competition is the day after tomorrow. Only the top 10 disciples can be accepted as the personal disciples of the sect leader." Mei Donger's face turned cold as she said, "You know this, but you still come to disturb me at such a critical moment. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to cultivate. Senior brother Yin, goodbye." Mei Donger turned around and was about to leave. Junior sister Donger, "I've gone through a lot of trouble to find a Migre's inner core," Yin hurriedly said. Mei Donger's figure suddenly came to a stop. Under the starry sky and moonlight, her back view appeared graceful and graceful. Yin's heart palpitated with excitement as he looked at her. Mei Donger slowly turned around and carefully asked, "What did you just say? You have a Migre's inner core?" She asked very carefully, as if she couldn't believe it. Yin heaved a sigh of relief and suppressed the evil fire in his chest. He revealed a proud expression and said, "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to waste junior martial sister's precious time. This Migre's inner core is ranked 5th, and its quality has reached the level of high grade. As long as junior sister Dong consumes it tonight, she will definitely be able to break through to the level of a 6 stars martial grandmaster before the sect's grand competition the day after tomorrow. She will be able to suppress all her fellow sect members and become the personal disciple of the sect leader." The smile on his face was extremely ugly, causing Mei Donger to feel nauseated. However, she couldn't resist the temptation of the Migre's inner core, and said, "This Migre's inner core is extremely precious. It can be sold for a sky-high price of at least several million mid-grade origin stones outside. If senior brother were to consume it, his strength would also increase greatly, and it would be equivalent to several years of bitter cultivation." Yin smiled, shook his head, and sighed. "I'll probably be stuck at the 1-star martial grandmaster level for the rest of my life. After all, I took too many supplementary medicines when I broke through to 6 Directions realm, causing endless disasters. I'm afraid I won't be able to advance in my life." He was originally a disciple of a big family, but he had been stuck at the peak of the martial king realm for many years. Feeling hopeless, he had collected a large number of supplementary pills and even invited 2 martial arts grandmasters to help him with their origin power. Only then did he break through the barrier and become a martial arts grandmaster. However, there had been no progress for the past few years. No matter how hard he cultivated, he could only reach his current cultivation level. After that, no matter how much medicine he used, there was no improvement at all. Finally, he gradually despaired and no longer thought about cultivating. He spent his days drinking and doing nothing, which also caused many disciples in the sect to feel disgusted. Although Yin was also a playboy in the past, he spent most of his time on cultivation. After he gave up on himself, he became a complete playboy. He thought about how to pick up women all day long, especially the female disciples in the sect who had promising futures. They seemed to think that they couldn't make it, so they wanted to save the country and find a more powerful wife. In addition, his family background was indeed good. They were rich and had a large amount of cultivation resources. This caused many female sect members to throw themselves into his arms. He did not refuse any of them, but after tasting so much delicious meat, he wanted to find a good one more. Thus, he set his eyes on Mei Dong-er. Mei Dong-er's family background was also not simple. She seemed to be a member of the legendary Mei family, but she was only a branch. Although her surname was Mei, she could not enjoy the benefits of the Mei family. She was no different from the children of ordinary families and cultivated under the Big Dipper sect. However, Mei Dong-er's talent was indeed extraordinary. She had stepped into the Six Directions realm at the age of 15. In the following year or so, she had broken through 5 stars in a row and rushed to the peak of the 5-star Martial Grandmaster realm. Although this kind of speed wasn't completely unique, it was definitely one of the best within the sect. There were rumors that even if Mei Dong-er couldn't get into the top 10 in this competition, the sect leader still had the intention of taking her as a personal disciple. After all, it was extremely difficult to find a good seedling. In addition, Mei Dong-er's family background was the legendary Mei family's bloodline. If they were to discuss it, it wouldn't lose to the Big Dipper sect. All these factors made Mei Dong-er Yin Yen's biggest target. While he was pursuing Mei Dong-er with all his might, he hadn't given up on pursuing the other good seedlings in the sect. This was called casting the net to catch the fish. Flowers were blooming everywhere, and 1 or 2 would always be successful. How could Mei Dong-er not know what he was thinking? However, the temptation of the Migre's inner core was too great. If she had this pill, she was completely confident that she could rush to the level of a 6 stars Martial Grandmaster within 3 days and directly enter the ranks of the top 10 disciples. Senior brother Yin, how much does this Migre's inner core cost? I'll definitely pay you back in the future. Mei Dong-er wasn't a fool. She naturally knew that if she wanted this pill, she would have to make a sacrifice. As expected, Yin chuckled and said, "Return what? Even though it's worth millions of medial-grade primordial stones, what happened to junior sister Mei Dong-er is my business. You can just take it and consume it." He stretched out his hand, and a warm jade box appeared in his palm. It was enough to show the importance of this pill. Mei Dong-er's heart skipped a beat. After hesitating for a long time, she finally couldn't help but take it. She opened it and saw a round pill lying inside. It was indeed a Migre's inner core, but its quality wasn't high grade. It was only slightly above average grade. Even so, it was enough for her to break through the shackles of peak 5-star. "Thank you, senior brother Yin. I'll definitely pay you back." After Mei Dong-er finished speaking, she turned around and floated away. "Hey, don't go!" Yin moved in a flash and stopped Mei Dong-er. This Migre's inner core's medicinal properties will require 3 days to be completely absorbed, and the process cannot be disturbed by others. This place is quiet and secluded, just right for junior sister to absorb this pill. In addition, senior brother will be protecting you from the side, so it's enough to ensure your safety. Mei Dong-er frowned and thought to herself, "It's precisely because you're here that I have to go back and swallow it. Otherwise, I could have just found a random place to swallow it." "What?" Yin asked. "Does junior martial sister not trust senior martial brother?" "Of course not," Mei Dong-er hurriedly replied. After all, the pill was given to him by Yin, so he didn't want to embarrass him. He said reluctantly, "Then I'll have to trouble senior brother to protect me." She wasn't too worried. After all, her cultivation level was much higher than Yin's, so she wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. He immediately found a smooth and flat rock, jumped onto it, and sat down cross-legged, adjusting his condition to its peak. Then, he carefully took out the Migre's inner core and swallowed it. Soon, he felt the powerful medicinal power spreading rapidly in his body and being absorbed by his meridians. The surging yuan qi began to flow in a dense mist. Under the starlight and moonlight, Mei Dong-er's appearance appeared even more delicate and lovely, causing Yin to repeatedly swallow his saliva. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Yin suddenly said, Junior sister Dong the night is so beautiful today. Mei Dong-er's face alternated between green and white. She suddenly opened her eyes and said in shock, Senior brother, what did you put in the kasaya? Why do I feel that the true qi in my body is beginning to increase and decrease instead, and there are even signs of it collapsing? Yin laughed sinisterly. He raised his head to look at the starry sky and sighed in admiration. What a beautiful starry night. So quiet and the moon is so bright. I like to have sex in such an environment. Have sex in the wild? What's a wild battle? Mei Dong-er's heart skipped a beat. Her intuition told her that things were going to be bad. Looking at Yin's dark face, his heart sank and he said in fear, Senior brother Yin, what kind of pill did you give me? She was a peak 5-star martial grandmaster, and she had a precious jade passed down in her family to protect her body. Any poison below level 6 would have no effect on her at all. This was also the reason why she dared to take it on the spot without any worries. Hee. Don't worry, junior sister Dong. That is indeed Migra's inner core without a doubt. I'm sure you'll be able to advance to a 6 stars martial grandmaster in a few days. But I added a lot of cultivation scattering powder into it, and I spent a price higher than the price of refining Migra's inner core before I managed to hire a 6-tier alchemist to help me refine it. Yin walked forward and pressed his face against Mei Dong-er's chest. He sniffed her a few times, and a refreshing fragrance immediately spread out, causing his evil fire to burn. Mei Dong-er struggled to lean back in embarrassment and anger, but her entire body was soft and limp. She had no strength at all. Tears flowed down her eyes as she pleaded, Senior brother Yin, please let me go. Let you go? Junior sister Dong. What are you saying? Under such a beautiful starry sky, it's time for us to enjoy our sex. Look, there's still a shooting star. Hurry up and make a wish. Mei Dong-er's heart was filled with despair as tears rolled down her face. She gritted her teeth in pain and said, If you want to make a wish, I'll let you die a horrible death. Seeing her like this, Yin's face immediately turned angry. He slapped her, and with a crisp pay sound, Mei Dong-er fell onto the large rock. A line of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. How many junior sisters are crying and begging me to do it? You, on the other hand, do you know how many primordial stones I spent to refine this special meteoric inner core? Don't be ungrateful. He went forward and grabbed Mei Dong-er's collar, tearing it apart. Her snow-white neck was exposed, and her red undergarments were propped up by 2 high mounds, making her even more delicate and moving. Gulp! Yin swallowed his saliva and felt his mouth and tongue go dry. He quickly took off all his clothes and was about to pounce on her when he suddenly had an idea and shouted, Who is it? He hurriedly turned around. The ring in his hand flashed and a long saber appeared in his hand. He was extremely angry and on guard. Oh my! I was still accidentally discovered. A sweet and melodious voice was heard. It was actually a woman, and her purple clothes fluttered in the wind. Her upper body walked out from behind a big tree, and her face was full of smiles as she said, Junior brother Yin, did I interrupt your good time? She suddenly saw Yin's naked body and the long spear that was erected below him. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and she hurriedly turned her head away. She said angrily, Why your clothes? Yin was originally shocked and angry, but when he saw the way he was acting, he felt an inexplicable excitement. His lower body straightened up and he laughed loudly. Haha, so it's senior sister Yuan Qiushuang. Why are you so interested in having sex in the wild? Mei Dong-er lay on the large rock, feeling weak even when she raised her hands. She felt as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw and struggled with a weak voice. Senior sister. Save me, Ingluo. Yuan Qiushuang's back was facing the two of them. She smiled coldly and said, Save you? Junior sister Dong-er, you've gone too far. Didn't you come to the back mountain with junior brother Yin to be lovey-dovey under the moonlight? I'm just passing by, you guys can continue. Her eyes flashed with the pleasure of revenge. She had long disliked this junior sister of hers. In the entire Big Dipper sect, this junior sister of his gave him the greatest pressure. The sense of threat she brought him had always been lingering. Even without Yin Yan's help, she would have found a way to deal with her sooner or later. Yin Yan was startled. It seemed that the other party didn't want to meddle in his affairs, but she had already seen through it, so how could he continue with this kind of thing? Yuan Qiushuang's voice was heard again. She snorted, "Junior brother Yin, you don't have to worry about me. Just manage that little girl well. As long as she does not speak in the future, I will naturally not spread it." Yin Yan was overjoyed. "Don't worry, senior sister," he said. "When she becomes my woman, I'll teach her well. If that's the case, then I'll be leaving. I won't disturb the two of you." Yuan Qiushuang smiled. "It's really a memorable moment now. There's even a shooting star." Women always liked beautiful things. At this time, she didn't forget to admire the beautiful night sky and the meteors that flew across the sky. Mei Dong'er lay there, her eyes filled with tears. She had already given up all hope. Suddenly, there was a ray of light moving slowly in the sky. It was the shooting star that he had made a wish for. Why didn't it flash and disappear, but instead slowly fall? A question arose in her heart, and she rubbed her eyes with great effort. That's right, the meteor was indeed falling in his direction. A hope rose in Mei Dong'er's heart. Could it be that making a wish really worked? She prayed desperately, hoping that the shooting star would come and smash the man in front of her to death. At this moment, Yin Yan and Yuan Qiushuang also realized that there was something wrong with the shooting star. They looked up in shock and saw a long piece of jade surrounded by raging flames falling in their direction. Why would there be meteorites at this time of the day? Yin Yan was dumbfounded. He had gone to great lengths to arrange this, and that Migre's inner core had cost him a great deal, all for tonight. In the end, he was first discovered by Yuan Qiushuang, and now there was even a meteor that came to destroy the place. Fuck you, God. Are you playing with me? The speed of the meteor was getting faster and faster, and the entire sky was illuminated red. The flames almost covered half of the back mountain, and the position where the three of them were at was really the center of the meteor's fall. Yuan Qiushuang was also stunned for a moment. Then she ran away quickly. This kind of meteorites that fell from the sky was not something she could block with her strength. If she did not handle it well, she might be buried with them. Yin Yan's expression was extremely unsightly. He couldn't care less about putting on his clothes as he hurriedly ran over to hug Mei Dong'er. This was the fruit of his painstaking efforts, and he had yet to use it. He definitely couldn't let her die so easily. Mei Dong'er's heart grew anxious. The precious jade in her arms suddenly emitted a warm light. She felt a trace of energy suddenly appear in her empty dantian. Although it was very weak, it was indeed vital qi. That piece of precious jade was really her family's precious jade. Could ward off all evil, and she didn't expect it to really play its role. Overjoyed, she hurriedly gathered that trace of vital qi at her fingertips. Without making a sound, she waited for Yin Yan to hug her with both hands before she quickly tapped the area between his brows. "Bitch, what are you doing?" Yin Yan was startled. A sense of death immediately surged up. He instantly threw Mei Dong'er away. The energy from the spatial piercing finger only shot a light beam at the space between his brows. It penetrated his skin slightly, leaving a bloody mark. He wasn't injured. Mei Dong'er was in excruciating pain after being thrown onto a large rock. However, what was even more unbearable was that her finger had missed. She didn't know how the other party would deal with her. Yin Yan was terrified, and his entire body was covered in cold sweat. In that situation just now, if his potential had not been instantly stimulated, he would probably have a big hole in his brow and died an unnatural death, right? He looked at Mei Dong'er, who was lying on the ground, in fear. He was completely confused. Didn't she already have no strength left? But what was that finger just now? This made him hesitate, and he didn't dare to touch Mei Dong'er. He looked up at the shooting star in the sky. It was about to crash down, and the entire sky was covered in a fiery red. He was so scared that he ran away, not daring to remember it anymore. Mei Dong'er secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, she quickly despaired again. The meteors fell, and just the compressed air pressing down on her body made it difficult for her to breathe. Fortunately, The precious jade in her arms was emitting a faint light, which gradually awakened the true chi in her body. She was barely able to resist it, but it was just a dying struggle. There was no possibility of survival when the meteorite fell. She couldn't help but feel dejected, and 2 streams of tears began to flow down her cheeks. Boom! The meteor finally began to fall toward the Big Dipper Sect's back mountain. But to everyone's surprise, its descent seemed to be greatly hindered and began to slow down. The air around the meteor was compressed to a terrifying degree, forming rings of whirlwinds that blew away the meteor. The burning flames also followed the whirlwinds, setting the forest on fire. Boom! The meteorite finally hit the ground, and dust filled the air. The flames in the surroundings were extinguished in the dust, and a pit more than 10 meters deep suddenly formed on the mountainside. All the trees and forests within a radius of 1,000 meters were destroyed, and the flames were still spreading in the distance. The huge rock that Mei Dong-er was on was also being blown away by the tremendous force of the air. Mei Dong-er herself was blown away by the whirlwind at the first moment. She fell to the ground far away and spat out a mouthful of blood. The little bit of vital chi that he had gathered with great difficulty had automatically protected his vital parts from this fall, and it had all dissipated. She struggled to sit up and looked at the big pit in front of her in horror. When the meteorite fell, she seemed to see that it was not a meteorite in the flames, but a stone tablet with a golden light and various strange patterns engraved on it. She was sure that she was not mistaken. What's that? Could it be a rare treasure from the heavens? As he thought of this, his heart was filled with excitement as he slowly crawled in the direction of the pit. Bang! A burst of energy hit her back directly. The vital chi broke into her body and jolted into her 5 viscera and 6 bowels, severing her meridians at the same time. Mei Dong-er spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at a purple figure with hatred. It was Yuan Qiushuang. She stared at her coldly and smiled. Junior sister Mei, stop struggling. Even if junior brother Yen doesn't take you in today, I won't let you have an easy time. Yin Yen also flew over from the distance. At this moment, he had already put on a coat. He was embarrassed to be naked all the time. Looking at the destroyed back mountain, his expression was uncertain. With such a huge commotion, the elders in the sect must have been alerted. They would probably send someone to investigate soon. He had to leave with Mei Dong-er and find another place to enjoy himself. Don't worry, senior martial sister Yuan. I'll definitely take junior martial sister Mei in. I can't stay here any longer, so I'll take my leave now. Thank you for your help today, senior sister, and I'll remember it in my heart. Yin Yen thanked her with a straight face and was about to walk forward to carry Mei Dong-er away. Yuan Qiushuang was overjoyed. After today's incident, not only would Mei Dong-er have to be obedient in front of her, but she would also have a handle on Yin Yen. Although this man was useless, his family background was still very prominent, and he would be useful in the future. This is all junior brother Yin's own ability. It has nothing to do with senior sister, he said with a smile. TSK, I really envy junior sister Mei. Not only is your talent extraordinary, but your face and figure are also lovable. In the end, you've found a good family, and it doesn't disgrace your identity. Mei Dong-er's face was deathly pale. She hadn't expected that she wouldn't be able to escape this misfortune in the end. She even wanted to bite her tongue to commit suicide so that she wouldn't be defiled by this beast. At least she could keep her innocence. Yuan Qiushuang seemed to have seen through her thoughts. She sneered and flicked her finger in the air. A strong wind hit several acupoints of her again, making several bloody holes. She didn't have the strength to clench her teeth anymore. She lay on the ground, waiting to be slaughtered. Thank you for helping, senior sister. Otherwise, I really didn't expect her to be so unyielding. Yin Yen was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood and thanked him repeatedly. Yuan Qiushuang laughed and said, Junior martial brother Yin, you can't be careless with such a beauty. That's right, the meteorite that fell just now seemed a bit strange. With that kind of shocking power, how could it cause such a small damage? I thought the entire mountain peak would be flattened. Yin Yen also frowned, revealing a strange expression, and said, I feel the same way. Even a martial emperor wouldn't feel as powerless under that kind of power. I can even cause such a degree of destruction. With extreme curiosity, the two of them carefully walked toward the huge pit. At first glance, it was empty, and there was no meteorite. This buy-in, the two of them looked at each other and saw the extreme shock in each other's eyes. They felt that it was very unbelievable. Save me, Mei Dong-er's weak cry came from behind. Yin Yan's expression changed. He said to Yuan Qiushuang, Senior sister, this matter seems strange. We shouldn't stay any longer. Junior sister Mei and I will take our leave first. He turned around and walked towards Mei Dong-er. Suddenly, his body froze, and his feet seemed to be filled with lead. He saw a young man squatting next to Mei Dong-er and looking at her. He was so scared that he took a few steps back. He cried out in shock, You? Who are you? Where did you come from? Yuan Qiushuang was shocked as well. She turned around and they were on high alert. Anyone who could appear behind them without a sound was definitely not an ordinary person. The two of them looked over and saw a young man around 16 or 17 years old looking at them curiously. His eyes were still wandering around Mei Dong-er, and he seemed to understand the situation. Did I disturb you? The young man grinned. Yin Yan had thought that it was one of his junior brothers in the sect, but now that he looked at it, it was a completely unfamiliar face. His face instantly darkened, and he said angrily, Where did you come from, brat? Get lost immediately. Yuan Qiushuang's expression changed, and she said in a low voice, Junior brother Yin. His strength is at the peak of the 4 stars martial grandmaster realm. What? Yin Yan sucked in a breath of cold air and jumped in shock. The young man in front of him was even younger than him and looked ordinary. How could he have such a high cultivation? His face immediately turned ugly and he said, Who are you? Yuan Qiushuang's eyes glinted and she said coldly, Kid, you're pretty strong, but not strong enough to be impudent in front of us. Tell me your background and identity immediately, or else. She released her aura, which swept around the young man and locked him in place. The pressure of a 6 stars martial grandmaster rolled down. Yuan Qiushuang was filled with killing intent. If this matter was exposed, she didn't care if Yin Yan suffered, but it was very likely that she would be implicated. The young man was Yunxiao. After the Divine Realm tablet fell, he immediately came out and put it away. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. His soul power had long been exhausted, and his vital qi was also lacking. His body appeared extremely weak, and he even swayed a few times under the pressure of a 6 stars martial grandmaster. But even so, Yunxiao could not help but laugh in his heart when he saw Yuan Qiushuang's threatening look. No matter how weak he was not someone a 6 stars martial grandmaster could fight against. However, his attitude was extremely good as he said, You've done such an immoral thing, and you don't allow anyone to interfere. He did not look well. In Yuan Qiushuang's eyes, she thought that he was intimidated by her pressure. She heaved a sigh of relief and said coldly, What nonsense are you talking about? That's our little junior sister. This is our sect's internal affairs. How can an outsider like you interfere? Besides, it's fine. We're both willing. Senior sister Yuan is right. It's a mutual consent. Where did you come from? Please leave immediately. Yin Yan also shouted, his face full of anger. Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment before he said in surprise, In the middle of the night, under the moonlight, junior sister, 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes, both willing, this Lao AI, he said awkwardly. Which sect are you from? With such good benefits, is your sect still recruiting? Yuan Qiushuang's face turned red and she said angrily, Bah! What are you talking about? They were both willing parties. What does it have to do with me? They? Oh, I see, Yunxiao said in realization. So, you're here to visit? Does it look good? Although Yuan Qiushuang was not a kind person, she was very conservative about the things between men and women. Moreover, she was a beautiful woman with a charming face, and she was usually a hot beauty with many men pursuing her. Being teased by Yunxiao like this, she was immediately ashamed and angry. Her killing intent gushed out, and her body was like a layer of ice. You must be feeling very cold now, right? This is the frosty cold chi that I cultivate. It has seeped into your skin without you knowing it, freezing your meridians and body, making it difficult for you to circulate your yuan qi, and greatly reducing your strength. Yuan Qiushuang was furious and said coldly, I'm afraid you can only exert the strength of a one-star martial grandmaster now. As the saying goes, you won't die if you don't seek death yourself. You're completely seeking death. Yun Xiao looked at the faint layer of frost covering his skin and continued to tease. Senior sister, please tell me the way to join the sect. Such a good benefit is simply amazing. You're looking for death. Yuan Qiushuang finally could not hold it in any longer. With a shout, a purple shadow flickered, and with a few steps, she arrived in front of Yun Xiao. Then, a shining short sword, carrying a frosty chill, slashed down. Clang! Yun Xiao smiled as he raised his left hand and flicked the long sword with his middle finger, producing a crisp sword cry and shaking off some frost. The long sword was pushed to the side. Yuan Qiushuang almost lost her grip on the sword and it almost fell out of her hand. She was so shocked that she couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. She hurriedly poured the vital chi of a 6-stars martial grandmaster into the sword and swept it across. The whole air was filled with a hissing sound. Swish! This time, the sword did not fall out of her hand, but was gently pinched off by Yun Xiao with 2 fingers. He looked at her and smiled. He pointed at the flower and smiled without saying a word. This time, Yuan Qiushuang was really frightened. The man did not use any powerful yuan qi to pinch her sword tip, but only his strength. She only felt an incomparably huge force clamping her short sword, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it out. You're a Hercules, she cried out in surprise. She tried her best to pull it out, but it did not budge. Even among strongmen, she had never heard of a strongman who could fight against a martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, the other party's thin body was swaying. She shouted anxiously, Junior brother Yin, hurry up and help. Yin Yen was stunned as well. If he had been in Yuan Qiushuang's position, he would not have been able to block the 2 sword strikes. Furthermore, this person had already been frozen by the frosty qi. How could he have such great strength and such swift movements? The 2 swords were as fast as lightning, but Yun Xiao's movements were slow and unhurried, as if the long sword had fallen directly into his fingertips. It was hard to accept visually. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Mountain-splitting fist. Yin Yen gave a loud cry and strode forward with 2 fists in his hands. He cultivated a martial technique that allowed him to move freely, and with every step he took, he left a deep mark on the ground. After a few steps, he threw a punch at Yun Xiao with a force as strong as a mountain. He would definitely not dare to fight a 4-stars martial grandmaster alone. However, with Yuan Qiushuang, a 6-stars martial grandmaster, there, he was bold and rushed forward fiercely. Yun Xiao sighed slightly, suddenly feeling bored. The 2 of them were like ants in front of him. He was just wasting his time. During this period of time, he had encountered demons, martial emperors, and even Wang Liang. All he could do was run away. Now, he had met 2 normal people and he found that they were no match for him. He was not used to it. He let go of the Yuanqiu frost and flicked it lightly. The sword trembled violently and rang. It changed direction and stabbed toward Yin Yen. The sword was so fast that it was even faster than Yuan Qiushuang's own movement. Quickly dodge! Yuan Qiushuang cried out in fear. The strength of the sword was too strong, and it pulled her body along as it followed Yin Yen. The sword stabbed at Yin Yen as fast as lightning, and the position was also calculated by Yun Xiao. It was his precious 3rd leg. Hiss! Bang! Yuan Qiushuang's sword pierced through Yin Yen's lower body. At the same time, Yin Yen's mountain-splitting fist landed on Yuan Qiushuang's body. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The long sword was pulled out of Yin Yen's lower body, and blood gushed out. Yin Yen's eyes widened, and with a blood-curdling screech, he fell to the ground. He looked at the spot where he had been struck by the sword. Half of it was due to injury, and the other half was because he had fallen to the ground in fear. His legs were still trembling, and he muttered, It's over, It's completely over in Luo. Yunxiao sneered when he saw that. Suddenly, he looked at the Big Dipper sect in front of the mountain with a surprised look on his face and said to himself, what kind of sect is this? It seems like there are some experts. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's leave first. He glanced at Mei Dong'er on the ground and gently waved his hand. Mei Dong'er's body was lifted up by a warm force. Mei Dong'er felt a burst of warmth in her heart. She didn't think that she would really be saved. She couldn't help but want to cry. I'm so lucky today, Yunxiao said. I've got such a big bargain. I'll take this benefit and enjoy it when I get back. Mei Dong'er's head felt dizzy. Her tears of excitement immediately turned into crying. Why was her life so bad? She had just left the wolf's den and now she was in the tiger's mouth. All the men in the world were the same. There was not a single good person. Yunxiao flew up gently, and Mei Dong'er, who was surrounded by a pale yellow light, followed closely behind like a tail. They turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky, quickly disappearing from the peak. Soon, several voices came from all directions and fell on the place where the Divine Realm tablet had fallen. All of them were shocked. Senior Sister Yuan, are you all right? Yin Yen? What are you doing here? Why are you injured? Dozens of people came all of a sudden and helped the two of them over. Yuan Choshuang had only been hit by Yin Yen's mountain-splitting fist, and the qi and blood in her body had been agitated for a moment. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, she was fine. Yin Yen, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. Apart from a large amount of blood flowing out from his lower body, his pants were also dyed red. A thick yellow liquid also flowed out, and no one knew what it was. His eyes were listless, and he kept muttering, "It's over. It's completely over this time." All the men who saw this felt a chill in their hearts and shivered. Many female disciples were clapping their hands in joy in their hearts, and some of them had gloomy expressions. They had obviously entrusted themselves to Yin Yen, and this time they were really done for. "Qiu Shuang, what is going on here, tell me?" An old man with an extraordinary bearing spoke slowly. His eyes were fixed on Yuan Choshuang. He was not angry, but he had an air of someone who had been in a position of power for a long time. Everyone immediately fell silent and no one dared to make a sound. Yuan Choshuang's heart turned cold. She knelt down immediately and said, "Sect leader, this is what happened." In her story, she, Yin Yen, and Mei Dong'er had agreed to cultivate together and discuss the difficulties in martial arts together. At that moment, a meteorite fell from the sky, and then Yunxiao appeared. He was drooling over Mei Dong'er's beauty, so he injured the three of them and took her away. "What? Dong'er has been captured." An old woman's face was filled with shock and anger. She slammed the ghost head cane in her hand onto the ground, causing the mountain peak to shake. She angrily said, "Who did this? And I told Dong'er to focus on closed-door cultivation and wait for the sect competition the day after tomorrow. Why would she come to the back mountain for no reason to discuss martial arts with you?" This old woman was Mei Dong'er's master, He Yenrong. She had always regarded Mei Dong'er as her own, so how could she not be furious when she heard that her beloved disciple had been taken away? Yuan Choshuang was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. She was so anxious that she was trying to think of an explanation. The sect leader, Zhang Linghua, looked at her indifferently and said, "Tell me in detail, and who was the person who injured you?" "Yes, sect leader." Yuan Choshuang knelt there and didn't dare to move. She cupped her fists and said, "It's because junior brother Inyan painstakingly obtained a Migre's inner core and wanted to give it to junior sister Dong'er. At the same time, he invited me as a senior sister to give junior sister Dong'er some pointers and impart some battle experience, so that he could shine in the sect competition the day after tomorrow. That was why the three of them went to the back mountain together. As for the person who took away junior sister Dong'er, that person is Xianxia." She suddenly hesitated, her brows furrowed. "How is that person? I really want to know who dares to come to my Big Dipper sect in the middle of the night and abduct female disciples." Zhang Linghua said in a deep voice. Yuan Choshuang felt the pressure and said in fear, "Sect leader, that person is about 16 or 17 years old. His strength seems to be a peak 4-star martial grandmaster. What? A peak 4-star martial grandmaster? Even the three of you can't defeat him. Yenrong's face turned green in an instant. It was true that the cultivation technique she had been cultivating had activated on its own in her anger. The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, and everyone felt cold. Zhang Linghua's eyes were also filled with anger as she said coldly, "The three of you are considered outstanding disciples in the sect. You are a 6 stars martial grandmaster. Although Mei Dong is a peak 5 stars martial grandmaster, she might be able to fight you if she gets serious. Besides, there's also Yin Yen. You said that the three of you were defeated by a 4 stars martial grandmaster youth and took Mei Dong away?" Yuan Qiushuang could feel the coldness in Zhang Linghua's voice. She shivered and said, "Yes, that's exactly the case." She didn't know how to explain this kind of thing, and it was difficult for her to understand it. Zhang Linghua's face darkened and she asked again, "Does that person have an extremely powerful mystic weapon?" No, that person was bare-handed. He only used 2 fingers to block my sword, and then used them to stab junior brother Yin. As Yuan Qiushuang spoke, she felt a strong cold air that almost suffocated her. A 4 stars martial grandmaster, 2 fingers, and 3 people who injured you. Did I hear you right? Zhang Linghua's face was covered in a layer of frost, and it was almost impossible to see her face clearly. Her voice was filled with a strong pressure that made people shiver. Yenrong was originally furious, but now she gradually calmed down and said, "Sect leader, could that person have suppressed his cultivation?" So Qiushuang and Yin Yen couldn't tell. Zhang Linghua's cold aura dissipated slightly. Only an 8 stars martial grandmaster can defeat the 3 of them with 2 fingers. No matter who they are, investigate immediately. We must find out who did it. Yes. Yenrong accepted the order. She picked several experts on the spot and immediately chased in the direction Yunxiao had fled. Zhang Linghua looked at Yuan Qiushuang, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Get up. I don't blame you." As for Yin Yen, he looked at Yin Yen, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, and frowned. "Find Elder Qiu and see if he can be cured. Try your best to treat him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if old man Yin came." He also seemed to be a little afraid of Yin Yen's elder. After that, everyone went around the big pit to check it out. They didn't find anything and all returned resentfully. Yunxiao flew over the mountains and rivers with Mei Dong. Soon they saw a city and flew straight in. As it was still the middle of the night, the entire city was dark and empty. He randomly found a luxury hotel and an empty room, then threw Mei Dong onto the bed. Mei Dong was extremely anxious and embarrassed. She thought to herself, "Is this person so impatient?" Thinking of her tragic fate, she couldn't help but shed tears. Forget it. Even if she was bullied by a stranger, it was better than being bullied by Yin Yen. Her heart was filled with despair as she lay there in a daze. Her mind was blank as she waited for her cruel fate. Time passed by, and there was no movement for a long time. She felt that something was a little strange. Waves of vital qi fluctuations could be felt. They were very weak, and it seemed that the person was also injured. At this time, the family heirloom on her body once again emitted a warm light. Bit by bit, it dissolved the power of the power-scattering powder, and the vital qi in her dantian gradually condensed. Although cultivation scattering powder had been added to that migre's inner core, it was indeed a genuine peak 5th-tier medicinal pill. Otherwise, Mei Dong wouldn't have been so moved. At this moment, the power of the elixir began to be fully exerted. The primordial qi in his meridians, which was like silk at first, slowly gathered and grew larger. In the end, it was like a surging river. After circulating hundreds of times, it finally broke through the shackles of a peak 5 stars martial grandmaster and stepped into the 6 stars martial grandmaster realm. "He's really a 6-star Yingluo." Mei Dong opened her eyes and looked at her own body in disbelief. She felt a new surge of power. Last night's events were like a nightmare in his mind. Today, he had already rushed to the realm that he had dreamed of, and his body was intact. At this time, dawn was breaking, and the rooster crowed. A ray of sunlight shone in. In a corner of the room, Xiao was still meditating with his eyes closed, looking unusually peaceful. Mei Dong felt extremely grateful. She carefully sat on the bed and did not dare to make a sound, afraid that she would alert her benefactor. He's so young, and judging from his elemental energy fluctuations, he only has the strength of a 4-stars martial grandmaster. How did he defeat senior sister Yuan and junior brother Yen? Mei Dong was extremely suspicious. Last night, she had been lying on the ground and didn't even have the strength to raise her head. Mei Dong's eyes fell on Xiao, and she just stared at him in a daze. A smile suddenly appeared on Xiao's serene face. He opened his eyes and looked over as he said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I'll be shy if you keep staring at me like this?" "Ingluo, you've woken up long ago." Ingluo Mei Dong's cheeks were red as she hurriedly lowered her head. Only then did she realize that she only had a light muslin covering her body, and the bright red underclothes inside were still clearly visible. On it was embroidered a pair of child's paper kite, and her 2 jade-like arms were also faintly visible. She hurriedly pulled up the quilt on the bed and covered it. Xiao found her embarrassment very interesting. He chuckled and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll leave after asking a few questions. The power of the cultivation scattering powder on your body should have been dispersed, right? There shouldn't be any more problems." How did you know that I was poisoned with the power scattering powder?" Mei Dong asked anxiously. "Have you seen my body?" "I'm an alchemist," Xiao said awkwardly. "I can tell at a glance." Seeing Mei Dong's disbelieving gaze, he changed the topic. "By the way, where is this place? How far is it from Songyue City?" "Songyu Yang City?" Mei Dong whispered. The puzzled look on her face made Xiao feel that they were in trouble. Sure enough, she quickly came to realization. "You mean the place where the General Commerce League's headquarters is Songyue City? Isn't that in the North region?" Xiao said, "Hee. Then this is Hee. Mei Dong said, "Strictly speaking, this place should also belong to the North region. However, the division of power belongs to the East region. It's the border between the 2 regions." She glanced at the decorations in the room and understood. "This must be the South Fire City near the Big Dipper sect. I'm a disciple of the Big Dipper sect. South Fire City, Big Dipper sect. I seem to have some impression of them, but I can't remember them clearly. Are there any large teleportation formations nearby?" Mei Dong was stunned for a moment. She revealed a look of disbelief and said, "You've never heard of our Big Dipper sect? How is this possible?" "There's a large teleportation formation in the sect that can teleport people thousands of miles away," she said after some thought. 10,000 miles away, Swan and I. Frowning, Xiao began to calculate in deep thought. If this is the border between the East and North region, then it's far more than 10,000 miles from Songyue City. There must be a teleportation array that can cross a region. Is there one nearby? The legendary teleportation array that can teleport across regions? Mei Dong was shocked. She shook her head and said, "Other than our Big Dipper sect, the largest teleportation formation in the vicinity is the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's teleportation formation in South Fire City. However, it can only teleport 10,000 miles. I'm afraid that only Yufeng City and Tide Listening Pavilion have teleportation formations that can cross regions." Tide Listening Pavilion. Xiao was taken aback. Su Qing, who was in Mount Meru, was from Tide Listening Pavilion. This sect was quite famous in the eastern region, but it was also very strong, so it would be difficult for them to borrow a teleportation array. Mei Dong continued, "Our Big Dipper sect's teleportation array can send you to either Yufeng City or Tide Listening Pavilion's sphere of influence. If you're going to Yang City, I'm afraid you'll have to go to these 2 places first. Otherwise, if you fly by yourself, even if you have a high-grade warship, it will take months or even years to get there." "Is it possible to borrow the teleportation array of your Big Dipper sect?" Xiao asked. "Is it possible to borrow it? What's your sect leader's cultivation level?" Mei Dong revealed a difficult expression and said, "There have been cases of the sect's great formation being lent out, but it's very rare. I can ask Master for help. As long as Master is willing to speak, there's still hope." As for the sect master's cultivation level, she pondered for a moment, and her eyes revealed a determined look. He should be a martial sovereign in the 9 heavens realm. Hearing her say this, he knew that it would be extremely difficult to borrow the teleportation array. Xianxia slapped his forehead and said in distress, "Why is it a martial supreme again? I've never heard of so many martial supremes before." He was a little angry. Most importantly, even a martial supreme did not dare to be arrogant in front of him in the past, so he knew very little. He had originally planned to use the technique by force if the sect master was not strong enough. However, since there was a martial supreme present, it was obviously not possible to use it by force. Mei Dong-er was stunned for a moment and didn't quite understand. She continued, "The sect master should have only advanced to the martial supreme stage not long ago. I reckon it's only been 4 to 5 years. Why don't you consider the teleportation formation of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce? After all, they are a chamber of commerce. As long as they have enough primordial stones, it will be easy to negotiate with them. Primeval stones are what I need the most now. There is a teleportation array of the Chamber of Commerce here," Xianxia said. "It should be a medium-sized transit station at the very least. It seems that Southfire City is also a prosperous place. Otherwise, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce would never spend so much money to set up a large teleportation array. Southfire City is adjacent to the Pyrodust Mountain Range and is rich in Lee-Fire golden crystals. It is extremely profitable," Mei Dong-er said. "Lee-Fire golden crystal." Yunxiao's heart trembled as he said in surprise, "The Lee-Fire golden crystal is an important source of profit for the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. Turns out that it is produced here. It's one of the most beloved raw materials for alchemists, and it can be integrated into any profound artifact." "Are you really an alchemist?" Mei Dong-er asked in surprise. "Are you?" Not only was he as strong as her, but he was also an alchemist, which made her respect him. Suddenly, Mei Dong-er seemed to have thought of something. She said, "There's another way. How could I forget? Tomorrow was the sect competition, and as long as they could enter the top 3, they could raise a condition that was not too excessive. I'll try my best to enter the top 3. At that time, I'll ask the sect master to use the teleportation formation. It won't be a problem." "Oh? Top 3. Xianxia glanced at her cultivation base and said, "Are you confident?" It was obvious that they did not acknowledge her strength. Mei Dong-er's face turned slightly red. "I've just become a 6 stars martial grandmaster, and I'm very confident that I'll be able to enter the top 10. The top 3's words made her lose her confidence, and she whispered, "I will work hard." Her pair of pink fists were clenched tightly, showing her determination. Xianxia had done her a great favor, and she had to repay him no matter what. Even if she couldn't enter the top 3, she would definitely beg her master. Moreover, after entering the top 3, he would be able to become a disciple of the sect master, and the weight of his words would also increase. "What's the strongest cultivation base among the disciples in the competition?" Xianxia asked. Mei Dong-er replied, "It should be senior brother Changyu. It's said that he has already reached the level of a 9 stars martial grandmaster. I don't know if it's true or not. If we're unlucky and meet him directly, we'll be in trouble." Xianxia had a strange look on his face. He had planned to let Dark Thunder follow Mei Dong-er so that he could definitely get first place. Now, it seemed that the strongest disciple in the competition was not even a martial emperor. If that demonic beast was brought out, it would be too terrifying. Mei Dong-er saw his expression and thought that he was worried for her. She hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Other than senior brother Changyu, the other senior brothers and sisters aren't that strong. I still have a good chance of getting into the top 3. Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, it's best if you can enter with your own strength. You're cultivating a water-type martial skill, right? I'll teach you a powerful martial skill that can increase your chances of winning." Mei Dong-er was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, "No need. The martial skill I practice is called Ice Water Palm. It's a skill only the direct disciples of the Big Dipper sect can learn. It's already very powerful." Her words came to an abrupt stop, and her entire person became sluggish. Her eyes were unfocused, and there was no light in them. She looked like an idiot. One of Yunxiao's pupils exuded a powerful spiritual power, which captured her divine sense and imprinted a water-type martial technique into her mind. This technique could only be used when there was a huge difference in their mental strength. Otherwise, if there was a backlash, it would be very harmful to both of them. In front of him, Mei Dong-er's mind power was like a baby's. She had no way of resisting. Time passed quickly. In just a few blinks, Yunxiao's pupils gradually changed and returned to their normal appearance. Mei Dong-er still had a dazed expression on her face and was unable to regain her senses for a long time. However, her eyes were no longer dull and idiotic. Instead, they were filled with extreme shock and excitement. She said in a daze, "What's the name of this martial skill? How can it be so powerful?" After she said this, she felt an abnormal amount of mental pressure. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she felt a little suffocated. "This palm technique is called tender as water," Yunxiao said. "What you saw just now was an illusion cast by a martial emperor, and it is enough to move mountains and overturn seas. If you can comprehend it thoroughly, it won't be a problem for you to challenge an 8 stars martial grandmaster, or even a 9 stars martial grandmaster." Tender as water, Wu, a martial emperor expert. "Whoa, who are you?" Mei Dong-er was drenched in cold sweat. Just a moment ago, a woman in her sea of consciousness had lightly struck out with her palm, and the heavens and earth had collapsed. The seas had been overturned, and her consciousness had almost collapsed. He had never seen such power before. Even sect master Zhang Linghua would never be able to display such a shocking palm strike. "Hee, there's nothing strange about that. I'm an alchemist, after all, and alchemists are generally omnipotent," Yunxiao said with a vague smile. But Ingluo, Mei Dong-er could not explain it either. She revered alchemists very much, but her intuition told her that Yunxiao was not as simple as an alchemist. At least, even the great alchemists in their sect could not directly imprint an illusion of a martial emperor in her mind and teach her a martial technique in such a simple, clear, direct, and effective way. "All right, you can slowly comprehend it. I'll continue cultivating." "Oh, right, do you have any vitality stones on you?" After falling from the outer realm, Yunxiao's soul power and primordial qi had not recovered yet, and he was in urgent need of a large number of primordial stones to replenish his strength. "There are." Mei Dong-er immediately took out a storage bag from her ring and handed it over. "There are more than 500 mid-grade primordial stones inside. They are my cultivation resources for this month. Because of Master's love, you have more than your fellow disciples. You can use it without worry. Don't be polite." More than 500 pieces of Xianxia looking at her serious face. Yunxiao pushed her back weakly and said, "You should keep it for yourself. I'll be fine after meditating for a while." More than 500 mid-grade primordial stones were enough for an ordinary martial grandmaster to use for half a year. Even if it was a genius with extremely high talent and strong absorption ability, it could still last for more than a month. But for Yunxiao, he could not even fill the gaps between his teeth, so he felt that he had better find another way. Mei Dong-er thought that he was embarrassed and forcefully stuffed it into his hands. She said, "How can I cultivate without primordial stones? Today, I'll just meditate and comprehend that palm technique, so I don't need any vitality stones. When I become the sect master's personal disciple, the supply of vitality stones will be doubled, so you don't have to worry about me." With the storage bag in hand, Yunxiao did not explain further, but sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Only then did Mei Dong-er sit back on the bed with satisfaction, feeling very happy. But when she saw Yunxiao's face, she was suddenly stunned and said to herself, "Oh no, I still don't know his name, Ingluo." She was vexed for a while, but she didn't dare to disturb him. Thinking of tomorrow's sect competition, she gradually calmed down and entered a state of enlightenment. In the Divine Realm tablet, Yunxiao's soul form appeared beside Yuan Gaohan and asked, "How is it?" In front of Yuan Gaohan was a pile of various materials, and a scarlet heart was beating with a thump-thump-thump sound. A small piece of light yellow suddenly floated in the air, emitting a strong will of the earth. Yuan Gaohan looked at him as if he had seen a ghost and said with some excitement, "Who was the one who refined this half-beast, half-tool? I've never heard of such an existence before. You must introduce him to me. He has created a new direction in the history of alchemy. Enough to shine in the history." Yun Xiao frowned. He had randomly refined the calabash little Vajra in the cauldron of mountain and river. At first, he thought that as long as the heart of stone was not hurt, no matter how hard he refined his body, he could ensure that it would not die. That was why he had tested it, and in the end, he had refined this half-beast, half-tool existence. Moreover, it had also experienced the thunder tribulation outside the Divine Realm tablet and become a martial venerable in the 8 Desolation realm. He immediately explained the situation to Yuan Gaohan, but concealed the cauldron of mountain and river. Hearing this, Yuan Gaohan was completely dumbfounded and said in a daze, "This you said you made this thing?" His eyes bulged, and he shook his head desperately. He said angrily, "That's impossible. Since I've already promised to work for you, I won't go back on my word. There's no need for you to hide anything from me. You only have 6th tier spirit power. How could you possibly refine an 8th tier profound armament?" "But that's the truth," Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. "When an alchemist's understanding of materials and alchemy has reached a certain level, it's not strange that he can refine something beyond his level. After I use the soul battle technique, I can rush to the peak of the 6th rank and refine the 7th rank gourd little guardian warrior. Isn't it normal for him to experience the thunder tribulation outside and become an 8th rank martial venerable?" Yuan Gaohan was stunned. In theory, there seemed to be no problem, but in reality, it couldn't be so smooth, let alone this kind of half-beast, half-tool refining, which had never been done before. Yun Xiao continued, "Any new alchemy technique in the history of alchemy is produced by chance. Now that this gourd little King Kong has advanced to the 8 Desolation Realm Martial Supreme, or rather, an 8th tier profound armament, I can't repair it with my current soul power. That's why I've asked you to study it." Only then did Yuan Gaohan somewhat believe it. Looking at the pile of broken materials, which had been fused into pieces and seemed to be moving, he frowned and said, "It still has the characteristics of a demonic beast, and the stone beast's self-healing ability has also been inherited. It's just that the materials used to build its body are all 9th rank, which exceeds its own level, so the fusion is unusually slow. As long as there is enough time, and the heart of stone doesn't die, it will be able to completely heal itself." Yun Xiao smiled wryly. "Old Yuan, there's no time now. Look at the speed. It'll take at least 1 or 2 years for it to repair itself, right? My thoughts now are the same as before. As long as the heart of stone doesn't die, can't we just use sorcery to repair its body like a profound level weapon? Your Starlight soul power is at the 8th step, so you should be able to help him recover." Yuan Gaohan also had an expression of eagerness and excitement. Any new discovery in the study of alchemy was enough to make these alchemists unable to sleep at night, and they would never give up until they got to the bottom of it. It was also this spirit that guided the Tao of sorcery to continuously develop and develop. "What kind of cauldron did you use to refine it? Let me use it." Yuan Gaohan already couldn't help but want to start. With a wry smile, Yun Xiao touched the bridge of his nose and said a little embarrassedly, "That purple cauldron was already used as a weapon in a battle, but it was destroyed. Can't you just set up a formation in the air and fix it with your bare hands?" Yuan Gaohan's mouth opened wide and he cursed, "You prodigal! He's actually using a purple cauldron as a weapon. It's my first time trying this kind of restoration and refinement, so I'm not confident at all," he said angrily. "If you don't have an 8th grade cauldron to use, I refuse. If the heart of stone is destroyed, where can I find a second half-beast, half-tool material to study?" Yun Xiao had some concerns as well. After all, he had used the cauldron of mountain and river last time, a saint artifact, and there was also an element of luck in it. He nodded. "It's impossible to get an 8th tier purple cauldron. I'll try to get as many materials as possible. You can make a purple cauldron yourself first. Looking at the treasures on you, you're even richer than a saint. But sometimes you find that you're poorer than anyone else. Bring me some starlight stones first so I can recover my power. Otherwise, you can send me back to the sanctuary." With this calabash and divine realm tablet waiting for me to repair, I will definitely not betray you. In fact, there will be great benefits waiting for you. Starlight stones aren't expensive. I'll go to the trade association in Southfire City and see if I can exchange for some materials. After saying that, Yunxiao disappeared into the divine realm tablet. His real body in the room opened his eyes and glanced at Mei Dong-er, who had entered a state of mind. Then, he casually set up a few restrictive spells in the room to prevent anyone from coming in and disturbing him. After that, he twisted the space and then appeared directly on the street, which was quite lively with people coming and going. The people around him were all shocked when they saw him suddenly appear, but they quickly determined that they had seen wrongly. After a few strange moments, they didn't care and continued to do what they had to do. Yunxiao asked a passerby and learned a little about Nanhua. In the whole of Nanhua City, there was only one big chamber of commerce, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. There were many other small and scattered chambers of commerce, but they were all under the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's banner. It seemed that the business of the Li Fire Golden Crystals was completely monopolized by the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. He asked for the location of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and went there directly. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce had always been low-key among the 7 council members of the Merchant Union. Although it was not in the core 4 leagues, its strength had always been elusive, which made the other leagues elusive. It also had very few cooperation and exchanges with other chambers of commerce in the Merchant Union, as if it had become a country of its own. Yunxiao remembered that the president of the branch in the Sky Fragrance Empire in the southern region had asked him to go to Mount Meru to find the numinous Sky Hall, and they had not contacted each other since. Southfire City was quite large. Although it was not as outrageous as the Lightsong Woodland, it was still much larger than the Upper Sun City of Firecrow Empire. After passing through a few streets, Yunxiao came to the most prosperous place. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's storefront was very conspicuous, taking up almost half of the street. He went straight to the main door and suddenly saw a sign in front of an unremarkable shop. It was a strange circle with a touch of light purple inside. It was extremely inconspicuous in front of the shop, as if it had been drawn by a naughty child. Yunxiao was taken aback, but he quickly turned around and headed toward the shop. There was a plaque hanging on the door of the unremarkable shop with 4 big words on it. The Purple Cloud Trade Union. Yunxiao walked straight in. The door was not big, but the decorations inside were extremely exquisite, orderly, and numerous. And what made his eyes even brighter was that the waiters inside were not sharp-tongued manservants, but a few delicate-looking maidservants who were happily chatting with the guests. "Young master, how may I help you?" 4 maidservants were standing side by side in front of the counter. As soon as they saw Yunxiao come in, the first one immediately came up to him with a smile as bright as a flower, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Yunxiao's eyes fell on a jade tablet on her waist, on which the character 1 was written in gold, which was the number of the maidservant. "Is the person in charge here?" Yunxiao asked directly. "The person in charge? Are you talking about guild leader Wu Chun?" The 7th maidservant immediately sized Yunxiao up. Her eyes were very casual, as if she was playing it down casually. In fact, she had made her first judgment in her heart. This person was a young master from an aristocratic family, so he definitely had some background. They had all been carefully selected by the Chamber of Commerce and had received professional training. He was very experienced in judging the status of the customers and communicating with them. Yunxiao's casual look inadvertently revealed the aura of a powerful expert. From the moment he entered the shop, his eyes had casually swept over every detail of the shop. Everything fell into her eyes and she was constantly analyzing it. "And your guild leader's name is Wu Chan? That means we're looking for her." Yunxiao had also discovered that these maidservants did not seem to be simple, and each of them had a cultivation base. Although they were not high, they were indeed true warriors. "Please follow me." With a sweet smile on her face, maidservant number 7 made a gesture of invitation and was about to lead Yunxiao inside. "Hold on!" A shout came from the corner. A young master in white was furious. He was holding a dazzling dagger inlaid with gold and jade. He shouted, I also asked to see the president just now. Why did you say that the president wasn't here? Now that this hothead wants to see your guild leader, you're going to bring him in." After frowning slightly, maid number 7 ignored him and continued to lead him forward with a smile. At this moment, another maidservant quickly came up to the young man in white and smiled sweetly. "Young Master Liang, our appraiser has already made an accurate judgment on your green hellstone. The president will not see you, so please come again next time." "I'll fuck you again next time? My top-grade netherworld stone is inferior to yours, and you're trying to kick me out? Since when did the Purple Cloud Trade Union become so powerful in the Southfire City?" Young Master Liang's face darkened and he went up to slap him. "Pa!" The maidservant turned pale with fright and tried to dodge. However, although she had some strength, she was no match for this young master. She was directly slapped to the ground. Everyone was shocked and stopped talking. The maidservants who were waiting for the guests inside hurriedly ran over and helped their sisters up. Young Master Liang's face was filled with fierceness, and the experts behind him immediately surrounded him. The atmosphere in the shop suddenly became somber, but everyone just looked on coldly. No one made a fuss or ran away. Those who could come here to trade were either influential families or martial artists with status, and they had seen all kinds of situations. Things like this, where one did not like it and used one's power to bully others, also happened from time to time. The final result wasn't about who was reasonable, but who had the bigger fist. Everyone knew this young Master Liang. He was the son of the deputy sect master of a sect near Nanhua City. His strength wasn't much, but he was quite famous. He hung out with the rich playboys of the aristocratic families all day long and liked to do some sneaky things. "If Wu Chun doesn't give me an explanation today, I won't let this matter rest," young Master Liang shouted, a smug look on his face. He stared at the maidservants who were gathered together and laughed. For a long time, there was no sound in the entire shop. Some customers outside the door wanted to come in, but after sensing the atmosphere inside, they all left to avoid getting into trouble. "What?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise. "Why doesn't the Purple Cloud Trading Company have a guard?" Maidservant number 7 bit her lips. Her face was slightly pale, and her eyes were full of anger. It was obvious that this was not the first time she had experienced such a thing. However, she could not voice her difficulties. She suppressed her anger and forced a smile. "Young master, please come in. The matters here are up to others to handle. We cannot delay young master's important matters." Young Master Liang's eyes turned and he looked over. He was furious. "You dog slave, you dare to look down on this young master's existence. Drag him over and beat him up. Fight until Wu Chun appears." The 4 martial artists behind him immediately rushed over. They couldn't help but separate and pull the struggling female number 7 over. A big man on each side held her arm and another person held her head, dragging her in front of Master Liang. Young Master Liang's expression turned cold and he laughed. "Hee, she's quite pretty, but I wonder if she's been deflowered. I'll teach you a good lesson first, then I'll reward you with sexual bliss tonight." He raised his head again to look at the other maidservants who were curled up together. He chuckled and said, "And all of you too, let this young master love you well together." After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and slapped female servant number 7's face. Her face was flushed with excitement, as if she was extremely happy. However, his palm was caught in the air by an arm. It seemed that the other party did not use too much force, but he was unable to move. Young Master Liang was taken aback. It was Yun Xiao who had grabbed his arm. "Kid, who are you? This must be your first time in Southfire City, right? How dare you meddle in this young master's affairs?" Yun Xiao was extremely surprised. The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce was also a member of the Business Alliance. Although it was not a permanent member, it was comparable to an ordinary local force. Moreover, the Purple Cloud Trading Company was under the jurisdiction and protection of the Tianyuan Trading Company, which was why Yun Xiao had come in. There were more than 100 chambers of commerce in the Merchant Union, large and small, and they were involved in all the businesses on the heavenly Martial continent. However, the competition between these chambers of commerce was also extremely fierce. In order to prevent other chambers of commerce from being annexed or maliciously attacked, many of them would rely on some large chambers of commerce, with them as the core forming small alliances. And the 7 ordinary people council members were undoubtedly the biggest core support. Ding Ling had told him some things about the merchant union. Among the many small merchant associations attached to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce had a very good relationship with them and was also very powerful. He had walked into the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce to ask for help, but it seemed that what Ding Linger had said was not true. He did not dare to say anything when a random cat or dog bullied him, and he did not see the president when he was bullied. Yun Xiao did not get angry, but he found it very strange. He asked in a kind voice, "Can you tell me why you're so strong? How dare you act so arrogantly in the Purple Cloud Trading Company, beating people up at will?" Young Master Liang was furious. A random hothead dared to meddle in his business and didn't seem to be afraid of his power. He was so angry that he wanted to slap this hothead to death, but he was stunned to find that his hand was like an iron clamp. He couldn't take it off and it was getting more and more painful. He couldn't help but say, "Do you know who my father is? My father is the deputy sect leader of the New Moon sect, Liang Yi, a peak 9 stars martial emperor. I'm the son of my father, Liang Yi, and also his only son, Liang Quan. Let go of me now or you'll suffer." Yun Xiao was even more puzzled now. Even the vice sect leader is only a 9 stars martial emperor. How could he dare to provoke the Purple Cloud Trade Union? He increased his strength and gently bent it. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and Liang Quan's right arm was broken. "I don't want to hear nonsense. Just tell me why you have the guts to be so arrogant." Liang Quan cried out in pain, which frightened the other 4 warriors. They glared at him, but they did not dare to come forward, for fear that Yun Xiao would kill them directly. Don't break it. It hurts. I'll talk. Liang Quan's head was covered in cold sweat, and he replied honestly, "Some time ago, an idiot pawned a stone in my New Moon Sect's pawnshop as an ordinary 8th tier material for only 3 million mid-grade primordial stones. After the pawnshop's appraiser carefully analyzed it, he discovered that it was actually a 9th grade green hellstone, and its value was more than 10 times higher. At that time, I happened to be at the pawnshop, so I took it and wanted to find a merchant association to sell it for some pocket money. Who knew that after going to a few, they all said that my green hellstone was low grade and not worth much. The price difference between the same material and the different quality would be huge." Yun Xiao naturally understood this, so he asked, "Since the other chambers of commerce all say that your tea is low grade, why do you only dare to show off in the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce and not in other places?" This Luo Liang Quan suddenly stammered, and the cold sweat on his forehead became even more intense, as if he had something he didn't dare to say. "How troublesome!" Yun Xiao gave a cold cry and pointed his index finger at the man's shoulder. Immediately, a stream of energy pierced through his shoulder blade, and blood gushed out. He looked at Liang Quan, who was screaming in pain, and said coldly, "If you don't say it now, the next hole will be below." Liang Quan's entire body trembled. He felt a chill down his crotch and almost peed his pants. At this moment, the servant girl number 7 suddenly said, "Young master, thank you for helping us. But this is the business of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. You should stay out of it." Yun Xiao turned around and saw the maidservant's eyes full of gratitude, but also a little bit of pessimism and grievance. They had all been professionally trained, so they knew what to do at this time. If Yun Xiao hurt Liang Quan, they would have made a great enemy of the New Moon sect, and now was the most critical moment for the Chamber of Commerce, which meant that they could not afford to make another enemy. So, they could only sacrifice their dignity to fulfill their wish. Yes, this is between me and the Purple Cloud Trade Union. My lord, please don't do anything." Liang Quan hurriedly continued, trying to avoid the topic. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his thigh, and blood spurted out. His heart sank, and the pain in his heart was even worse than the pain in his leg. He felt that the world was spinning, and there was no light in the world anymore. "This time, it's your thigh that exploded, not your third leg," Yun Xiao said coldly. "Next time, it'll really be your lifeblood." Liang Quan hurriedly looked down and saw a bloody hole in his thigh, from which blood kept gushing out. However, he did not feel any pain or grievance at all. Instead, he found the bloody hole very cute. He breathed a sigh of relief, but no longer dared to put on airs in front of Yunxiao, so he quickly explained the whole story. The Li Fire Golden Crystal was the biggest resource in South Fire City, which was the border of the two regions. The surrounding mountains that stretched for several miles all contained Li Fire Golden Crystal mines, which was an unimaginably huge resource. Conflicts arose because of the huge amount of resources. One group was the Foreign Chamber of Commerce, led by the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, which had gathered from all over the world. Originally, the arrival of the Chamber of Commerce had also driven the activity of local resources. However, these chambers of commerce were powerful forces in themselves. In addition to purchasing the raw stones of the distant Fire Golden Crystal mine at a low price, they had also gradually interfered in the division of the resources in the local mine vein. The other faction was the local forces near South Fire City. The old local forces like the Big Dipper sect and the New Moon sect would naturally not watch as their resources were taken away by others. However, the greater the benefits, the greater the risks. The people in the Merchant Union were not good people. In the whole process of fighting for benefits, dozens of weak local forces were annihilated and never existed again. As a result, the local powers were in great danger. At this time, everyone joined hands and formed the Southern Fire Union to fight against the external forces. Only then did they reverse the decline of the local forces, which had almost been wiped out, and reach a certain balance with the people of the Merchant Union. No matter which side it was, they didn't want to fight anymore. Although the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce was a giant, it would take a lot of sacrifices to completely eradicate the Southern Fire Union. The internal of the Merchant Union was also turbulent. They had to first protect their status and interests in the Merchant Union, so the current peaceful way of development had appeared. Led by the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, the Southern Fire Union, the Northern Dipper sect, and the Heavenly Scorpion sect, the Business Alliance signed a series of settlement treaties with each other, which eased the conflict between the two sects that had lasted for many years. Everyone developed and benefited together. Although on the surface, the enmity between the two factions had stopped, the secret struggle had never stopped, and there was no lack of blood because of this. In the previous conversation between Liang Yi and the sect leader of the New Moon sect, it seemed that the South Fire Union was going to make a series of moves against the Merchant Union. When they talked about the Chamber of Commerce in the South Fire City, they specifically mentioned the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that the Chamber of Commerce had fallen into an unprecedented crisis and could not even protect itself. Liang Quan had heard this, but it was nothing. However, when he was selling the green hellstone, he saw that the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce was so hostile to him, but was so enthusiastic to a strange hothead. He couldn't help but be angry, and when he thought of the current situation of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce, he flew into a rage. After Liang Quan's brief explanation, the expressions of everyone in the shop changed drastically, and they all ended their business and left in a hurry. He had originally thought that it was just the arrogance of a foolish young master, but he did not expect it to involve the possible actions of the Southern Fire Union. He was really a teammate who was most afraid of pigs. Now that Liang Quan had revealed this matter in public, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce would probably receive the news very soon. The Southern Fire Union's plan would probably fail, and the New Moon sect would probably be the one to bear the blame. Would the New Moon sect let him off? This brat didn't know how to avoid the important points when he spoke. He blurted out everything in a moment of shock. The maidservants of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce were also shocked. Right now, the internal department of the Chamber of Commerce was just as the Southern Fire Union had analyzed. They were too busy to take care of themselves. If the Southern Fire Union acted against them now, they would not be able to deal with them. At such a critical moment, the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce was eager to destroy their small Chamber of Commerce so that they could further expand their business. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce alone was enough to fight against the entire Southern Fire Union. They didn't need the existence of these small fish. "Can you let me go now?" Liang Quan asked, trembling. He still didn't know that he had revealed such a big piece of information that the entire New Moon sect would be implicated. Yes. Yun Xiao gave him a pitiful look and said, "You can leave now. Good luck." What? Liang Quan didn't understand what this sentence meant, but he couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it carefully. That's right. Where's that green hellstone of yours? Give it to me, I have use for it. Yun Xiao suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip, which was to buy a large number of materials, and the green hellstone was undoubtedly one of the best materials. Liang Quan felt bitter in his heart. The other party was obviously extorting him. However, he didn't dare to refuse. A green light flashed in his hand, and a light green stone appeared. He held it in his hand and handed it over. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted slightly as they fell on the nether stone, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. He took the stone and fiddled with it for a while, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes before he returned to normal. He put the stone away, waved his hand and said, "You guys can leave." The other 4 warriors also let go of maidservant number 7 and ran away with Liang Quan. After Liang Quan stepped out of the shop, he turned around and gave Yun Xiao a resentful look, then quickly ran away. He didn't dare to stay for long, nor did he dare to threaten her. However, he was unwilling to give up, so he glared at her, leaving a "just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson" signal. "Thank you for saving me, young master." Maidservant number 7 came forward and thanked her gratefully, but the deep worry in her eyes was difficult to erase. "You're welcome," Yun Xiao said indifferently. "Take me to your president." Only then did female servant number 7 lead the way, while the other female servants returned to their own positions. However, the shop was already empty. Yun Xiao followed the maidservant through several courtyards before stopping outside a pavilion. The maidservant knocked on the door and respectfully said, "Mr. President, a young master is looking for you." A woman's voice came from inside the door. "I know, let him in." The tightly shut door immediately opened by itself, and celestial music came from inside. There was actually someone burning incense and playing the zither. The sound of the zither was like a curtain of resentment, like weeping and complaining. The lingering sound lingered in the air. A flood dragon dancing in a ravine. A woman abandoning a boat. The moon is bright and the stars are few. A black magpie flies south. What a poem about the bright moon and a graceful movement. Yun Xiao praised with a smile as he strode in. The music stopped and then changed into a clear and melodious sound, like a spring playing between the green mountains, giving people a gentle and beautiful feeling. In the pavilion, a beautiful woman in palace clothing was boiling water to make tea. In front of the tea set was a 3-legged incense burner, and the fragrance inside slowly spread, refreshing the heart. Beside the beautiful woman was a white jade screen with simple carvings of mountains, rivers, flowers, and birds. The zither music was coming from behind the screen. When the beautiful woman saw that it was a strange face, and then looked at Yun Xiao's cultivation base, she said in surprise, "What does this young master want from me?" "You are Wu Chan?" Yun Xiao asked. "I've heard that the Purple Cloud Trade Union is in danger, but it doesn't seem to be the case. The president seems to be quite relaxed." "Oh? Did you believe Liang Quan's nonsense?" Wu Chun smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Yun Xiao did not stand on ceremony. He sat down directly across from the man, picked up the tea on the table, and drank it in one gulp. Immediately, a warm current flowed through all his meridians, making him feel unspeakably comfortable. After that, Yun Xiao put the empty teacup on the table and made a gesture with a smile, inviting them to pour some tea. Wu Chun was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so impolite. This tea was priceless and she rarely drank it. At that moment, she was even more reluctant to pour him a cup. She asked curiously, "Young master, can you tell us your background and what your business is?" "You're so stingy," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "I only took a sip." Wu Chun was furious and said, "Do you know what kind of tea this is?" Yun Xiao chuckled and said nothing. Instead, he closed his eyes and sniffed the fragrance in the room. He was also enjoying it. Wu Chun was speechless. The incense in the three-legged copper stove was also extremely precious, but he couldn't extinguish it. He put down the teacup in his hand and coldly said, "If young master still doesn't speak, I'll have to send you off." Xiao opened his eyes and said with a smile, "The maidservants outside are enduring humiliation, suffering all kinds of bullying. Inside, the president is burning incense, testing tea, and playing the zither. It's too chilling for the president to be like this." A trace of worry flashed in Wu Chen's eyes and he laughed coldly. "This is the business of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Why bother you? If you think that you can be impudent in front of me just because you helped those girls, then you're gravely mistaken." "All right, President Wu Chen," Xiao said with a smile. "Stop pretending. Your Chamber of Commerce is in danger, so you'd better think about how to deal with it. If you pretend to be in trouble here, you'll only be laughed at by the Southern Fire Union and even the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce." Wu Chen's expression changed drastically, as if a layer of frost had covered him. He said coldly, "Nonsense. Liang Quan is just a dandy. Do you really believe what he said?" Xiao did not comment, but took the tea set from the table and poured himself a full cup. Under Wu Chen's unsightly expression, he drank it all in one gulp, then smiled with satisfaction and said, "I didn't take it seriously at first, but it's true." His eyes flashed and he turned to look at the white jade screen as if he wanted to see through it and see the scenery behind it. He sneered, "But I have no choice but to believe that Guild Leader Xianxia is personally overseeing South Fire City, right? Guild Leader Xianxia." Clang! The sound of the zither suddenly stopped, and the entire room was silent. As soon as Xiao revealed the identity of the man behind the screen, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned somber. Wu Chen's eyes were filled with fear, and his aura surged out of his body, completely locking Xiao in place. As long as Xiao made the slightest move, he would immediately launch a thunderous attack. In the solemn atmosphere, Xiao smiled and poured himself another cup of wine. The sound of the zither rang out again from behind the screen, but this time, it was the low roar of a loose wind, the surging river, and the desolate sound of the zither. It carried a somber air, and it was obvious that the zither player's heart was in a mess. "How did you know it was me?" Finally, a gentle and pleasant voice came. The sound of the zither also began to soften, like the spring wind blowing through the green field, and the autumn rain pouring into the bamboo forest. Xiao smiled. "There should be a spirit rune jade beside Miss Hanchuan's zither table, right? Can dissipate all energy fluctuations. In this way, others will find her to be an ordinary woman." "If that's the case, how did you know it was me?" Hanxian asked. "Secondly, there are many flaws," Xiao said. "Even the female servants receiving guests outside have essence force fluctuations, let alone the woman playing the zither and testing tea next to President Wu Chen. Moreover, the zither music has a sense of admiration, which is not something that ordinary women can play. Even so, you can't tell it's me, can you?" Hanxian asked after a moment of silence. Xiao smiled as he picked up the fragrant tea in his hand and tasted it again. "This is one of the 3 sacred teas on the heavenly martial continent. It's the Starry Sky Ancient Tea, which is born by gathering the power of the sun, the moon, and the stars. Even the 7 superpowers might not have such a tea leaf. How could a branch president of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce have the right to taste it? Didn't you see how nervous Master Wu Chen was when I drank the tea? Haha. Every sip is worth tens of thousands of gold." Wu Chen's face twitched, but he remained silent. Xiao continued to smile as he pointed at the incense in the 3-legged cauldron and praised, "If I'm not wrong, what's burning inside isn't some ordinary dragon saliva, but a 9th-grade heavenly treasure. It's the saliva left behind by a real ancient true dragon. Miss Hanxian, based on these 3 points, can you tell that you're here in person?" He looked at the white jade screen and asked. Before Hanxian could answer, Xiao sighed and said, "It's also because of this true dragon saliva and starry sky ancient tea that I'm certain of Liang Quan's words. The Purple Cloud Trade Union is in grave danger, and even Miss Hanxian is not confident that she can survive it. That's why she took out her precious treasures to enjoy." She doesn't want others to benefit from it. Am I right? Xianxia was silent for a long time before she finally said, "Who are you?" A light flashed in Yunxiao's hand, and a small, unremarkable plate appeared in his palm, which he then placed on the tea table. Wu Chen's pupils shrank as he took it in shock. After carefully looking through it and confirming that it was real, he cried out, "President, it's the Tianyuan Order of Tianyuan Trading Company." The beautiful figure behind the screen also swayed for a moment, and then the shadow stretched out. Xianxia walked out from behind, wearing a light green flowery long robe. Her silver-white floor-length skirt had 2 colorful mandarin ducks embroidered on it, and a golden flower inlaid with pearls and wrapped in jade was pinned on her hair. Her white skin had a bit of rosiness, and she was exceptionally stunning and moving. Yunxiao was also surprised by her beauty. The most famous beauties in the Merchant Union were Ding Ling and Shui Luoyan, the goddesses that countless young men dreamed of. Although Xianxia wasn't as famous, her beauty and temperament definitely wouldn't lose to the two. Xianxia took the Tianyuan order from Wu Chen's hand and said, "It is indeed true. This is the highest Tianyuan order, and there are no more than 10 of them in the entire Tianyuan Trading Company. You must be a friend of Tianyuan Trading Company, which means you are a friend of the Purple Cloud Trading Company." Xianxia sized up Yunxiao with a look of extreme confusion. The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce was attached to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, and its strength was among the best among the many attached chambers of commerce, so it had a very special relationship with the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. She was also Ding Ling best friend, and they talked about almost everything. This made her feel very strange. She basically knew all the people who had this Tianyuan order, but she had never heard of such a young man. "It's said that the Merchant Union has 2 flowers," Yunxiao praised. "It should be 3 flowers. Lady Hanchuan's appearance and temperament are not inferior to Ling and Shui Luoyan." Hanchuan's face was slightly red, and she seemed to have heard something from his words. She asked, "You know little sister Ling?" She was about the same age as Ding Ling, only a few months older, so they called each other sisters. "And I know both Ling and Shui Luoyan. Speaking of which, the Merchant Union does know quite a few young people." Yunxiao laughed. In his previous life, he had only known the leaders of the Merchant Union, but in this life, he had gotten to know all the people of the younger generation. "Oh!" Xianxia slowly observed Yunxiao's appearance and quickly searched her mind. She seemed to have heard Ding Ling mention it before. Soon, her eyes finally lit up and she cried out, "Why, you are the city lord of Yanwu, Li Yunxiao?" Yunxiao touched the bridge of his nose and said in a speechless manner, "Is the identity of the city lord of Yanwu that famous? It's really you." Xianxia was surprised, but she smiled and said, "That's natural." Mount Meru, one of the 4 celestial realms, had collapsed, and Yanwu had become a land of spiritual energy, coveted by all forces. Later, after old monster Xianxia crossed regions, Lord Li Huaqi and Lord Yao Jinliang arrived in Yanwu at the same time, and the Holy Region personally issued an iron order. The storm gradually subsided. Which one of these wasn't a world-shaking event? As the city lord, young Master Li's role in this must be quite significant, right? Yunxiao's heart ached slightly as he thought of Meng Bai and her brother, but he soon calmed down and said lightly, "That group of martial emperor powerhouses is restless. They're messing around. How can it have anything to do with a minion like me?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. His words were extremely disrespectful to those peerless experts, but this had nothing to do with her. She smiled and said, "Don't be modest, City Lord. I heard from Sister Ling that you're going to represent Tianyuan Trading Company in this year's competition?" "That's right," Yunxiao said seriously. "There's only a month left before the 2 meetings of the Merchant Union. I'm in urgent need of a teleportation array to go to Songyue City. This is also one of the reasons why I came to the Purple Cloud Trade Union. I hope you can help me." "I see," Xianxia sighed. "I was wondering why young Master Li would have the time to stroll around South Fire City." She revealed a deeply worried expression and said, "However, we'll need a domain teleporting grand array to get to Songyue City. There isn't such a grand array in the entire South Fire City, unless we're going to Yufeng City, which is the nearest city." We'll have to use the teleportation grand array of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. She thought for a while and said, let's not waste any time. The two associations of the Merchant Union are not trivial. They are directly related to the life and death of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. Wu Chun, go to the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce immediately and borrow their teleportation formation. Yes. Yes. Wu Chun replied immediately. After giving Yunxiao a glance, he hurried out of the door. Young Master Li, please sit for a moment. I will ask Wu Chun to go personally. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce will respond soon. I wonder how confident young Master Li is in the competition between the two conventions of the Merchant Union. Han Xuan's face was solemn as she stared at Yunxiao. Just call me Yunxiao or young Master Yun, Yunxiao said with a smile. I don't like to be estranged from beautiful women. It's certainly not a problem for me to keep my position as a permanent member of Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Really? Han Xian was taken aback and looked at Yunxiao in disbelief. The two tournaments in the Merchant Union had always been turbulent, and apart from the 4 core leagues, the other 3 were always very nervous. This time, Tianyuan Trading Company was on the verge of collapse. No one had high hopes for it, and there were at least 3 powerful trading companies waiting to replace it. If Tianyuan Trading Company lost its position, the monkeys would scatter when the tree fell. The other trading companies that relied on it would also scatter and find new big trading companies to rely on. This might be the last blow to the Purple Cloud Trade Union. However, if the Tianyuan Trading Company could withstand it, she would be able to ask for help from Dingling Er. It would not be a big problem for the Purple Cloud Trading Company to survive. So, after learning Yunxiao's identity, sending him to Songyue City became their top priority. However, there was still a strong look of disbelief in her eyes. After all, the other party's cultivation was only at the 4 stars Martial Grandmaster level, which was even lower than her own. She didn't understand why Dingling Er had chosen this man. Han Xian didn't believe that he had suppressed his cultivation. Yunxiao laughed. Could it be that the situation of Tianyuan Trading Company had directly affected the situation of the Purple Cloud Trading Company? I don't know what kind of trouble the Purple Cloud Trade Union is facing now. Maybe I can be of some help. It's precisely because Tianyuan Trading Company is on the decline that some other small trading companies have begun to attack us. Its vassals, Han Xian sighed. Young Master Yun, you'd better be at ease and prepare to go to Songyue City. As long as you can keep your position as a permanent member of Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, it'll be the biggest help to Han Xian. Her tone was filled with helplessness and sadness, and she obviously did not believe that Yunxiao could help. Yunxiao did not force her. Miss Han Xian, I need a large number of refining materials and a large number of primordial stones to prepare. I wonder if you can provide me with some, he said. You're welcome, young Master Yun, Han Xian said. You can just call me Han Xian. I don't know what materials you need, but I'll do my best to help you. All right, Yunxiao nodded and said, I'll have to trouble you then, Han Xian. He took out a blank jade slip, placed it on his forehead, and used his divine sense to imprint all the materials he needed on it. When he was done, he gave it to Han Xian. Han Xian was secretly surprised. It was not difficult to imprint information into a jade slip with divine sense, but he had done it so easily without changing his expression. Unless there was very little information, he must be a senior alchemist. Her intuition told her it must be the former, but after reading the jade slip with her spiritual sense, her expression suddenly changed. After looking at it for more than 10 minutes, he finally finished reading the complicated materials one by one. The shock in his heart was difficult to calm down. Most of them were 8th-tier materials and even a large number of 9th-tier materials. He also needed an 8th-tier purple cauldron. What did he need so many high-grade materials for? Could it be that he was going to refine 8th-tier profound armament medicinal pills? This thought flashed through his mind and he immediately eliminated it. He must have wanted to use high-grade materials to refine weapons. This way, he could improve the quality of profound weapons and medicinal pills. However, it would be too wasteful to use 8th or 9th tier materials. Young Master Yun, Han Xian said calmly, I'm afraid you're going to empty the Purple Cloud Trading Company with these things. Yunxiao was a little embarrassed as well. He smiled and said, Hanxian, you can pay as you see fit. I can't let you suffer any losses. After we go to Songhua City, I will definitely make Ling or pay you back double. I can only provide 1/5 of these materials for now, Hanxian said. As for this 8th grade purple cauldron, I do have one, but the Purple Cloud Trade Union has great use for it, so I can't give it to you. As for primordial stones, I can spare 80 million mid-grade primordial stones for young Master Yun's use for the time being. Oh? You have an 8th-tier purple cauldron. Yun Xiao was surprised. He had never expected the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce to have such a thing, and it was just listed in the list of materials. He did not expect it to really be there. Besides, the fact that they could gather 1/5 of those materials and 80 million mid-grade primordial stones was enough to show the sincerity of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention that the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce was in a precarious situation. What's the use of that purple cauldron? Can you tell me? Yun Xiao still had a thought in his mind. Hanxian saw that he wasn't willing to give up, so she told him frankly, this purple cauldron is related to the fate of the Purple Cloud Trade Union, so I can't give it to you. I'll give this purple cauldron to a certain lord as a gift and ask him to help me. I spent several times the amount of money to buy this purple cauldron from the Myriad Treasure store. It was also one of the reasons why I came to Nanhua City in person, and it was a desperate bet. Is there any big shot in Southfire City? Yun Xiao asked with a frown. Is there any big shot here? Hanxian nodded seriously and said, this lord is currently in seclusion. According to my calculations, he should be coming out today. I'll be bringing the purple cauldron and other gifts to meet this lord later. Would young Master Yun be interested in coming with me? Perhaps if this lord is happy, he can give you a few pointers. In that case, your chances of winning the Merchant Union's alchemy and martial arts competition in a month's time will be greatly increased. All right, Xianxia, Yun Xiao said. I'll go with Hanxian and see what kind of lord can give me some advice. Hanxian saw that he seemed to be unconvinced, so she smiled and said, you'll know when you meet Yun Shi. She made an inviting gesture and smiled. The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce only has 3 scoops of Starry Sky Ancient Tea. We made 6 cups at most, but young Master Yun drank half of it. At the thought of this fragrant tea, Yun Xiao immediately felt refreshed and praised. It's been many years since I've had such a good taste. I didn't come to Southfire City in vain. Hanxian was stunned for a moment before she smiled in disbelief. So, young Master Yun, you've drunk tea that's comparable to this Starry Sky Ancient Tea before? Yun Xiao did not comment, but slowly tasted it with a smile. The true dragon's saliva was also of great benefit to the body. After the tea flowed into his stomach, coupled with the nourishment of the dragon's saliva, he felt an indescribable comfort. His dantian felt like boiling water, and his vital qi began to boil. It rushed into his extraordinary meridians, and his strength continued to increase. Hanxian was slightly taken aback. When she sensed the fluctuations of Yun Xiao's primordial energy, she said happily, young Master Yun, hurry up and cultivate. It seems like you're about to make a breakthrough. It's not that easy, Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. I haven't accumulated enough primordial qi. Hanxian, give me a few million primordial stones first, and I might be able to make a breakthrough. He had long reached the peak of the 4-star martial grandmaster level. He was just a hair's breadth away from it, but he could not get past it. The vital qi he needed was too much. Hanxian also understood the importance of vital qi during a breakthrough, so she hurriedly went out and brought out a pile of vital stones, all of which were supreme grade. As long as she could help Yun Xiao improve a little, she would not be stingy with primordial stones. The Purple Cloud Trade Union was in a precarious situation, and she could not let go of any hope of being saved. Yun Xiao felt the surging primordial energy fluctuation spreading out of the storage bag in front of him. Overjoyed, he slapped down with his palm, shattering all the supreme-grade primordial stones in the storage bag, then swallowed them. The storage bag burst, and a vast amount of primordial energy poured out, but it was pulled by the soul power around him and could not spread out, so it all rushed into his body. Hanxian was taken aback by his big move, but she was soon dumbfounded as she watched Yun Xiao swallow the vast amount of primordial qi in just a few breaths. At the same time, Yunxiao's body swelled up a little, and his smooth skin glowed with a warm light. His muscles grew larger and larger, making him look like a strong man. A surging power came out of his body, which made Han Xian feel a little afraid. He was definitely not as simple as an ordinary 4-stars martial grandmaster. Boom, boom, boom. There was a slight muffled sound in his body. Under the impact of enough primordial qi, the 4-star bottleneck was easily broken through, and the condition of his body directly stepped into that of a 5-stars martial grandmaster. At this moment, his body also seized the remaining primordial qi. After absorbing it, it was immediately digested. The power continued to accumulate in his body. At this moment, his body was not even inferior to a 5th-tier profound artifact, and it was enough to resist it. Han Xian looked at the empty storage bag and said in shock, That's 1,000 supreme-grade primordial stones, which is equivalent to 10 million mid-grade primordial stones. He didn't explode to death. 1,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Just give me low-grade primordial stones, Yunxiao said, his heart aching. For me, there's not much difference between supreme-grade and low-grade primordial stones. So many supreme-grade primordial stones. I'm afraid that's all the stock of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. Han Xian was still in shock, but when she heard Yunxiao's words, her face changed and her heart ached. Although the exchange rate between primordial stones was measured in hundredfold, 100 superior-grade primordial stones, or even 10,000 mid-grade primordial stones, could not be exchanged for a supreme-grade primordial stone. This was because the purer the primeval stone, the more irreplaceable it would be during the crucial moment of breaking through. It was for this reason that Han Xian had thrown supreme-grade primordial stones to Yunxiao. But she did not expect him to absorb all of them, and even said that he would be able to absorb them no matter what quality they were. It was as if he had finished the food that others had painstakingly prepared, and then smacked his mouth to say that it didn't have any taste, no different from eating plain white rice. Looking at Han Xuan's dark face, Yunxiao felt a little embarrassed as well, so he said awkwardly, I will definitely return the 1,000 supreme-grade primordial stones to Han Xian in the future. Han Xian came back to her senses and forced a smile. You're welcome, young Master Yun. As long as you can keep Tianyuan Trading Company's position, the Purple Cloud Trading Company will do its best to help you. At the same time, I'm also very pleased. Although young Master Yun only has the cultivation base of a 5-stars martial grandmaster, judging from the situation of absorbing vitality stones just now, his true combat strength is definitely not only at this level, right? Haha. Yunxiao laughed and said, It's so. Han Xuan's eyes flashed with joy. Sure enough, I said that little sister Ling Er's eyes have always been sharp, and there are very few times when she is wrong. I'm really curious, what kind of opponent can young Master Yun defeat in an actual battle? A 9-stars martial grandmaster? Or is he strong enough to fight a martial emperor? It's really hard to say, Ingluo. Yunxiao did not know how to answer. He could not tell them that he had suppressed several martial emperors with a wave of his hand when he was still in Yanwu. If he did, they would think he was a lunatic. Han Xian naturally thought that he didn't want to reveal it, so she smiled embarrassedly. It's only right to keep it a secret. Han Xian, you've asked too much. Yunxiao smiled wryly and was speechless. He really could not explain it. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Wu Chun walked in with an ashen face. His body was still surging with elemental energy fluctuations. He was clearly in a bad mood. Wu Chun, what's going on? Han Xian frowned. Wu Chen's lips moved a few times as he gave Yunxiao a look, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Young Master Yun is not an outsider, Han Xian said with a dark expression. You can speak your mind. Only then did Wu Chun open his mouth, and a huge wave of anger gushed out. He said angrily, President, those bastards of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce are trying to make things difficult for us. They know our current situation, and they directly said that the teleportation formation is damaged and is being repaired. I asked how long it would take to fix it, but they said they didn't know. Han Xuan's expression was also extremely unsightly. She gritted her teeth and said, Damn the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. You're hitting me when I'm down. Yunxiao's brows furrowed for a moment, then relaxed as he chuckled and said, "The two of you do not need to be angry. It is normal for people to push a wall that is down, so it is good to see through it. I'll go to the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce myself and cast off my identity as a member of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Maybe I can borrow the teleportation array once. Then I guess young Master Yun will have to figure it out on his own," Xianxia said, a little embarrassed. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce was so powerful that even the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce didn't dare to go against it, let alone the two women. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce only showed respect to them for the sake of the Merchant Union. If they didn't show respect to them, they had nothing to say. "Guild leader, after we get through this crisis, we'll set up a large-scale teleportation formation in South Fire City," Wu Yan said angrily. Xianxia nodded. "That's for later. Let's get through this first." "Young Master Yun," she said to Yunxiao, "that lord may have come out of seclusion now. Would you like to come with me to visit him?" "Very good," Yunxiao said. "I also want to see what kind of extraordinary people are hidden in this South Fire City." There was no respect in his tone at all. Xianxia frowned slightly, but she didn't take it to heart. Most young people were proud, not to mention a young and successful expert like him. It was natural for him to be a little headstrong. Jin Xian gave Wu Chun a few instructions in a low voice. Wu Chun glanced at Yunxiao, then turned and left. Soon, she took out a storage bag and handed it to Yunxiao, saying, "All the materials that Lord Yunxiao needs are in there. The Purple Cloud Trade Union can provide them. There are also 100 million medial-grade primordial stones." Xianxia had meant that 80 million was enough, but after seeing Yunxiao absorb the primordial stones, she raised another 20 million. Yunxiao immediately took it and said, "Many thanks." He was not pretentious. The Purple Cloud Trade Union had helped him so much at this time, and he would definitely remember this favor. As the saying went, gratitude is beyond words. "Let's go," Jin Xian said. "If we miss out on that master again, we'll have to bear a grudge." The three of them left the Purple Cloud Trade Union and went through several streets in Nanhua City before they arrived at a small courtyard. There were no guards in front of the courtyard, and it was very clean. There was a small fence door. Mi Xian gently pushed it open and walked in. There was an old stone cauldron in the front yard. It was very old and covered with green moss. A young man who looked like a manservant was dozing off in front of Zhongyuan. As soon as he saw someone coming, he hurriedly raised his spirit and took a look. He immediately smiled and said, "So it's Sister Jin Xian. You've come at the right time." Yunxiao's eyes swept over the young man. He was dressed like an ordinary waiter, about 11 or 12 years old, but he was faintly emitting soul power fluctuations. He was a second-tier alchemist. He was shocked and thought to himself, "Could this lord be an alchemist?" A smile appeared on Jin Xian's face as he said joyfully, "Timely? Does this mean that Master Mo has come out of seclusion?" The young man smiled and said, "Master has indeed come out of seclusion, but he's a bit dispirited." His face turned slightly cold and he said softly, "Master, you're right. Master has instructed that if elder sister Jin Xian comes to find him, he will not see her." "What?" Mi Xian was shocked and said anxiously, "How could this be? Please inform Master Mo that Jin Xian has an important matter to discuss." The disciple sighed and waved his hand. "Sister Jin Xian, you'd better go back. Don't make things difficult for me. My master said he won't see her, so he won't see her. It's useless for you to keep pestering me." Wu Chun was slightly angry. "Master Mo? What do you mean? In South Fire City, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce has always been fair to Grandmaster. So they have been sending you generous gifts every month. Is it really so difficult for you to even meet with them after all these years?" The disciple's expression changed and he angrily said, "You're the one who wanted to give it to me. What does it have to do with my master? There are countless people fighting to give gifts to my master every month. I've given you enough face every month. Don't be insatiable here." He sneered. What he meant was that he was giving them face by accepting their gifts. Wu Yan's entire body trembled with anger. The essence energy fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and he could not help but explode. Xianxia hurriedly stopped her and took out a storage bag from his ring. He stepped forward and stuffed it into the disciple's hands. He pleaded, "I'll have to trouble this master to help me report and say a few words of friendship." A trace of hesitation flashed across the disciple's face. Finally, he threw the storage bag back and snorted coldly, "Who do you think I am? My master said he won't see you, so he won't see you." Xianxia could not stand it anymore, so he spread out his divine sense and searched the back of the courtyard. Immediately, he saw a bronze cauldron standing in the backyard, exuding a warm residual heat. It was obviously used not long ago, and it was an 8th-tier cauldron. Even though it had only barely reached the 8th step, it was still undoubtedly the 8th step. Yunxiao's heart stirred. He happened to be short of an 8th-tier cauldron. If he could not give Xian's cauldron to him, it would be a good idea to find a way to take it away and use it for the time being. Following the large cauldron forward, there was a spacious room. His divine sense extended directly into it without any restraint. Suddenly, he felt an extremely strong soul power blocking it, and even directly backfired. Oh no, he's an alchemist, and the strength of his soul power is at least at the 8th rank. Yunxiao was taken aback, and he hurriedly retracted his divine sense. He was puzzled. There were no good cultivation resources in Southfire City, which was the border between the two regions, so how could there be an 8th-tier alchemist here? Could it be for the Li Fire Golden Crystal? It was unlikely. Although it was precious, if an 8th-tier alchemist needed it, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce would be very happy to provide it, even if it was a special supply. Who is it? A stream of divine sense immediately rushed out of the soul power in the backyard, trying to take Yunxiao down, but it was in vain, as he had already disappeared without a trace. In the room, a man who had been resting with his eyes closed opened his eyes in surprise and muttered to himself, "To actually dare to spy on me, that divine sense must be at least 6th tier, but how could a 6th-tier divine sense escape from my pursuit?" He was extremely puzzled. Suddenly, he had an idea. He immediately opened his mouth and sent the sound waves out. The expression of the disciple in the central courtyard grew longer and longer, and he almost wanted to drive him away. He coldly mocked, "Don't even think about going in today, even if you talk to the heavens. Sister Xianxia, if you weren't a great beauty, I would have thrown you out long ago," he said with a light smile. "If you can't stay in the Purple Cloud Trade Union any longer, you can come to me, he." Xian was stunned and ignored his frivolous words. Instead, she pondered over the meaning of his words and seemed to contain some information. She said in shock, Could it be a swan and I?" Yunxiao was also stunned. This kid is only 11 or 12 years old, but why is he so perverted? Wuxia only felt extremely humiliated. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, she had begged a young man and was even insulted. She wanted to kill herself on the spot to apologize. The disciple seemed to want to ridicule something more, but suddenly his ears twitched a few times. Suddenly, a stunned look flashed in his eyes, and his face became strange. He said, "My master, please come in for a walk." Xian and Wuxia were stunned for a moment, thinking that they had heard wrong. Xian asked in a daze, What did you just say?" The disciple also suspected that he had misheard, but he had indeed just received his master's order. Thinking of his previous behavior, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, "My master has invited Sister Xianxia, guild leader Wuxia, and this big brother in." Yunxiao sighed inwardly. This young man will definitely be a sinister and vicious man in the future. He began to feel apprehensive. Could it be that Master Mo had guessed that it was done by someone from the outside and wanted to call him in to cause trouble? But he was not afraid of anything, and he did not take a mere 8th-tier alchemist seriously, so he was not too worried. On the other hand, Xian looked nervous. With the previous incident and the information that this disciple had vaguely revealed, it seemed that things were extremely bad. She was originally full of confidence, but she suddenly became hesitant. The disciple put on a harmless face and said with a smile, "What are you worried about, Sister Xianxia? If you have any thoughts, you can directly tell my master." Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to enter, the disciple suddenly extended his hand to stop him. He extended his hand in embarrassment and smiled. Sister Jinxuan's storage bag was pretty. Jin Xian was taken aback but immediately understood what he meant. He laughed bitterly in his heart. He took out the storage bag from before and stuffed it into his hands. The disciple then stretched his hand back and made an inviting gesture. He smiled and said, "The three of you, please." Wu Chun was furious. He snorted angrily behind Jin Xian. "In the future, I will never give a single primeval stone to this Master Mo." Mi Xian's expression changed and he turned around to glare at her. Only then did Wu Chun realize that he had said something wrong. He quickly stuck out his tongue and retracted his head. An alchemist's divine sense was extremely powerful, and Mi Xian was a little worried that this disciple had heard Wu Chen's words. But when he saw that Wu Chun was still smiling and extending his hand to invite him in, he was slightly relieved. He walked in first, followed by Wu Chun and Yunxiao. When the crowd saw the 8th-tier cauldron, they walked into the room where Yunxiao's divine sense was blocked. A man was sitting there, burning incense and pouring tea, holding a scroll and carefully reading it. The man's temperament looked like he was only 30 years old, but the layers of wrinkles on his face revealed his old age, and his eye sockets were slightly sunken. Alchemists spent all their time on the study of alchemy, and their bodies and soul power were constantly being consumed, so they looked much older than ordinary people. Of course, there were some exceptions. For example, Gu Feiyang had always been very handsome in his previous life. It was all because of his talent. He did not need much energy and time to achieve good results. Yunxiao was secretly surprised. He was indeed an 8th-tier alchemist at the age of 30, which meant that he had amazing talent. He should not be an unknown person. When Jin Xian saw this person, he immediately became respectful. He stepped forward and bowed. Jin Xian pays his respects to Master Mo. Wu Chun also lowered his head, but he was cursing in his heart. Yunxiao's face was calm as he stood lazily beside Jin Xian, his expression unreadable. "President Kuan Xian, you're too kind. Please take a seat," Mo Huayuan said. Then, his eyes fell directly on Yunxiao, and his pupils constricted slightly. He was obviously stunned for a moment, and a strange look appeared on his face. He had wanted to check the other party's soul power cultivation base, but he was clearly blocked by a force. With his cultivation at the 8th step, such a situation shouldn't have happened. This brat must have a treasure that could isolate divine sense. Mo Huayuan immediately came to this conclusion. Mi Xian didn't sit down, but carefully stood at the side and pleaded, "Master Mo, the Wanwan you mentioned last time?" Mo Huayuan waved his hand and interrupted. "There's no need to talk about what happened last time. The situation has changed and I can't say it clearly. You should leave and think of another way. If it weren't for the fact that the Purple Cloud Trade Union has been very respectful to me all these years, I wouldn't have met you today." Jin Xian was anxious. He gave a long bow and pleaded, "I hope that Master Mo can help me. I have spent thousands of gold to obtain this item. I hope Master Mo can take a look." Mo Huayuan was expressionless as he said, "Even if you take out a 9th-tier profound armament, it's useless." Jin Xian spread out his hands, and a purple light shot out from his ring and landed on the table in front of Mo Huayuan. An exquisite purple cauldron was exuding an intimidating spiritual aura. The cauldron's legs were actually carved with 3 half-naked girls of different shapes and postures. They were either using their shoulders or their hands to support the cauldron's body. At a glance, it exuded a strange splendor. The purple cauldron landed on the ground and shone with 4 different colors. Everyone's eyes immediately widened. Mo Huayuan, in particular, not only couldn't close his mouth, but he also jumped up. He couldn't stay calm anymore as he cried out in shock. "The 8th-tier heaven-dancing, rotating purple gold cauldron that my master refined years ago." Yunxiao's eyes lit up. This purple cauldron was indeed a fine 8th-tier one. Even he could tell that the person who refined it was very skilled, and that it was definitely the work of a famous master. Then, Yi Xian's words left him completely dumbfounded. Mi Xian looked at Mo Huayuan's shocked expression and heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, That's right. This is the 8th-tier heaven-dancing, rotating purple-gold cauldron that Master Mo's master once refined. Last month, there was an auction at the Myriad Treasure store, and Mi Xian was willing to pay any price to buy it. Suddenly, Mo Huayuan could not help but shed 2 streams of tears. He caressed the purple cauldron lovingly and muttered to himself, "Master, I've already advanced to the 8th step. Can I return to the holy region?" Over the years, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce has paid special attention to Master Yuan Gaohan's news, Jin Xian said softly. But it's like a stone sinking into the sea. We can't find anything. Yun Xiao's mouth was wide open in shock, and he looked a little dazed as he said in a daze, His master is Wufu. Jin Xian glanced at Yun Xiao, thinking that he had been shocked by Yuan Gaohan's name. He smiled and said, "That's right. He is Master Yuan Gaohan, a 9th-tier great alchemist who holds the position of an elder in the holy city of Misty Snow." Mo Huayuan sighed. "My master announced 10 years ago that he was going into seclusion. He's trying to reach the pinnacle of the art of divination. I don't know when he'll come out." His gaze fell on the heavenly spinning purple-gold cauldron, full of respect and piety. Yun Xiao felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. If he knew that Yuan Gaohan's starlight soul body was imprisoned in the divine realm tablet by him, he wondered if he would fight him to the death. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the divine realm tablet and said, "Old Yuan, you have a disciple called Mo Huayuan. And why? Isn't this Hua Yuan? Where are you, South Fire City?" Now that he had confirmed it, Yun Xiao said with a dark face, "Ing Luo, your disciple is very arrogant. Haha, he's actually reached the 8th step? Not bad, we can return to the holy region." After Yuan Gaohan's burst of joy, he didn't say anything and continued to study the gourd little King Kong. In his opinion, it was more important to study the gourd little King Kong than to see his beloved disciple who had left for so long. "Hey, old Yuan," Yun Xiao said. "What did he do back then? Why did you have to banish him from the Saint Realm to this godforsaken place?" Yuan Gaohan raised his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "This disciple of mine is extremely talented and unruly. I brought him here to South Fire City to train his heart." After that, he fell silent. Yun Xiao was slightly surprised, but he knew that the truth was not that simple. But since he was not willing to say, it would not be good to force him. Yuan Gaohan was silent for a long time before he spoke again. "This disciple of mine is the son of Black Iron City's mayor." "What?" Yun Xiao's heart jolted, and a shocked look appeared on his face as he stared at Mo Huayuan. He did look somewhat similar to the man in his mind. No wonder he had a familiar feeling from the beginning. "Master Mo, do you know Mo Xiaochuan?" Mo Huayuan was still staring at the spinning purple-gold cauldron in a daze, immersed in his memories. When he heard Yun Xiao's words, his eyes immediately shone as if he had been electrocuted. He stared at Yun Xiao for a while and said, "What did you say? Who are you?" Yun Xiao was taken aback, not knowing why he had such a big reaction. He frowned and said, "I'm an old acquaintance of Mo Xiaochuan. I heard that you're also from Black Iron City, so I'm asking, who do you think you are?" Mo Huayuan sneered coldly. "Do you think you're worthy of knowing my big brother?" His tone gradually turned cold, and with a hint of anger, he said coldly, "If you continue to inquire about my big brother's whereabouts, then I will have no choice but to treat you as an enemy and destroy you." Yun Xiao was taken aback. It turned out that Mo Xiaochuan was his elder brother, and he was Yuan Gaohan's disciple. In that case, they could be considered as one of their own. He was a little confused. Why were these people so mysterious? He wanted to continue asking, but when he saw the other party's bone-piercing cold eyes that seemed to want to kill, he stopped. Jin Xian was anxious. He did not know how Yun Xiao had angered Mo Huayuan, and he was afraid that the good atmosphere he had painstakingly built would be disrupted. "Great Grandmaster, please calm your anger. My friend is too young and insensible. I hope you can forgive him." Mo Huayuan's expression finally warmed up. His right hand gently caressed the heaven-dancing, rotating purple-gold cauldron as he sighed softly. President Kuan Xian, since you've brought over my master's proud work, I must return this friendship no matter what. But this time, Ingluo, I'm really powerless this time, Ingluo. Xianxia was shocked. Master Mo, he said in horror. Even you are afraid. What exactly is it that makes you unwilling to help? Mo Huayuan was silent for a moment before he said, I can't tell you the reason, but I can tell you who stopped me from helping. It was the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. What? It's the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. Wuxia flew into a rage and trembled with anger. No wonder they gave me such a perfunctory reply when we asked to borrow their teleportation array. Although the Purple Cloud Trade Union relies on the Tianyuan Trade Union, we have never been on bad terms with them. Why do they have to make things difficult for us? This is a matter between your chambers of commerce. Mo Huayuan replied indifferently. How would I know? I hope you will reconsider, Master Mo, Xianxia said in a deep voice. Whatever the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce can give you, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce will also do the same. You can't. Mo Huayuan shook his head. Yun Xiao could not stand it anymore. Xianxia, why are you talking to this stupid bird? He obviously won't care. He smacked the purple cauldron with his hand and lifted it up, preparing to leave. The swan and I. This is my master's heavenly dance rotating purple gold cauldron swan and I. Mo Huayuan was stunned as he tried to snatch it away with both hands. Yun Xiao held the purple cauldron in front of him and stopped him with his left hand. What master, this is Mi Xian's. She paid a high price to buy it from Myriad Treasure's store. This swan and I. Mo Huayuan looked at Xianxia and said awkwardly, President Xianxia, how much is this heavenly dance spinning purple gold cauldron? I'll buy it. Yun Xiao sneered. You think you can buy it just because you want to? All right. 100 million supreme-grade primordial stones. Take it. You're going too far. Mo Huayuan ignored him in a fit of anger. Instead, he turned to Mi Xian and said, President Xianxia, please give a fair price. Although this purple cauldron has great practical use, it's more of a memento to me. Xianxia was about to speak when Yun Xiao dragged her behind him. He raised his chin and glared at Mo Huayuan, then said coldly, You stupid bird, since you can't help me, why do I still want to sell you the cauldron? Can't I just take it back and play it like a ball? Don't you hear? I won't fall for your tricks. This buy-in. Mo Huayuan's face was filled with anger, but he had nothing to say. That's true. He wasn't even helping, so why did she have to flatter him and befriend him? He was at a loss for words. Xianxia said, Master Mo, even if you can't use your full strength, as long as you can give me a few pointers, I'll be eternally grateful. I'll also offer you the heavenly dance rotating purple gold cauldron with both hands. She took out some things from her ring and placed them on the coffee table one by one. They were profound level weapons and medicinal pills. There were 10 items in total and they were arranged in 2 rows. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted slightly as he immediately discovered some problems. The 2 rows of items were basically the same, but the ones on the top row were obviously of higher quality than the ones below, and the refining technique was stronger. Xianxia's face revealed desolation and he sighed. Master Mo, please take a look. These 5 items are the main products of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. They account for almost half of the entire trade union's profits. And now a new chamber of commerce has emerged. It's unknown and never heard of before, but it rose up among the many chambers of commerce at lightning speed. What surprised us was that this chamber of commerce seemed to be targeting us, and all of their products were exactly the same as ours. But when she said this, her body trembled slightly. Her eyes were slightly red and her 2 pink fists were tightly clenched. But their quality is higher, Yun Xiao continued. Are they of a higher grade? He finally understood that the 5 items on display must belong to the new trade association, and the one below must belong to the Purple Cloud Trade Association. Not only is the quality higher, but the price is also cheaper. Xianxia gritted his teeth. She picked up one of the pills and said, for example, this 4 Revolutions genuine pill can increase the success rate of warriors below the martial arts grandmaster level by 5 to 20% every time they make a breakthrough. The price is 3 million medial-grade primordial stones. Then, he picked up the elixir on top of the 4 revolutions true pill. A trace of hostility flashed in his eyes, and he said hatefully, "However, their 4 revolutions genuine pill is almost at the level of our 5 revolutions genuine pill. It can help warriors below the martial arts grandmaster level to break through by 12 to 25%. Moreover, the price is only 2.8 million medium-grade primordial stones. Although it only increased the probability by 2 to 5%, it was already a very heaven-defying existence, not to mention that it was even cheaper. The improvement in the effects of the products and the lower prices were indeed fatal blows. If it's just a 4th revolution true pill, then it's fine," Xianxia said with hatred. The product was inferior to the person, so he could only find the reason himself. What's more infuriating is that all of their products are targeted at the Purple Cloud Trade Union. We have 72 alchemy products in total, and they happen to have 72 as well, no more and no less, and all of them correspond to ours. Even the Purple Cloud Trade Association's branches on the heavenly martial continent that specialize in purchasing ores and spiritual herbs have set up similar branches and are purchasing them at a higher price than us. All of this is to kill us. Mo Huayuan frowned as well. He picked up the 2 5th-rank longswords and observed them carefully. Could they have used better materials to engage in vicious competition? Mi Xian gritted his teeth and said, "At first, we thought so too. We planned to let them go. If the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce were to produce products of such quality and sell them at their price, they would lose at least 1 billion medial-grade primordial stones every month. This does not include the expenses of various processes. It is not something a new Chamber of Commerce can afford." Wu Chun suddenly said, "President, it seems that this Chamber of Commerce is a sock puppet Chamber of Commerce under the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. Now that we're in such a situation, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has been going against us and even threatened Grandmaster Mo Huayuan. Moreover, only the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has the strength to afford such a vicious competition." Mo Huayuan frowned and said unhappily, "I wasn't threatened by them. We were just taking what we needed. They gave me something I couldn't refuse. They are definitely targeting you, but it is not a vicious competition," Xianxia said indifferently. "The refining techniques contained in their products are indeed better than yours, and the materials they choose will not be more expensive than yours. In other words, their cost is indeed lower than yours." Mo Huayuan was taken aback. It was only then that he gave Xianxia a serious look and said in surprise, "You can tell." Xianxia put down a profound level weapon in his hand and said indifferently, "I guessed." Mo Huayuan's heart ached when he heard that. Xianxiao's impervious attitude made him feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat, making him extremely uncomfortable. Comparing these 5 items, he also felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. After hearing Xianxiao's words, he felt that it was indeed the case. Not only were there slight changes in the materials used, but the refining technique was also very brilliant. Mo Huayuan coldly snorted, "Guessed? Why can't I guess it? But you can." Xianxia rolled his eyes at him and said, "Isn't the Tao of alchemy just 2 things, materials and techniques? You can't even guess it, and you still have the face to say it." This Ingluo, Mo Huayuan was speechless. He felt like he would be angered to death, but he had no way of retorting. "Master Mo, please don't take offense. Young Master Yun is young and doesn't understand Pishio," Xianxia hurriedly said. Mo Huayuan waved his hand and interrupted, "Let's not talk about this. There should be alchemists who are as powerful as me in the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. So why did they go through so much trouble to find me? If the other 8th-tier alchemists can't solve it, I can't do anything either." "That's right," Xianxia said solemnly. "We also have an 8th-tier alchemist master in the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce, but he can't analyze the components contained in the products of this new Chamber of Commerce. It was that master who guided me to find you, because you have mastered the reverse refining method." Mo Huayuan and Xianxiao's faces flickered at the same time with different expressions. The so-called reverse refining technique was a reverse refining technique. Back in the outer space, Yuan Gaohan had directly refined the golden soul slave back to its pure soul power, which was a reverse refining technique. However, there were very few people who had mastered this kind of art, and its use was very limited. However, it was extremely useful to analyze the ingredients of the finished product. Mo Huayuan held the 4-revolution true pill in his hand and examined it carefully before saying, "The reverse refining method I know is also very limited. The most important thing is that I can't help you like this. Otherwise, the agreement between me and the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce will be void." "Master," Xianxia said anxiously, "please help me analyze these 5 products." These 5 items were the core products of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. The main reason was that they could take back the market. After the 2 meetings of the Merchant Union, as long as Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce could stabilize its position, they could slowly take back the other markets. "What's the point of begging him, Mi Xian?" Yunxiao sneered. "What's the use of begging him? It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he didn't have the ability. Even if Yuan Gaohan was here, he wouldn't be able to reverse refine the raw materials for these 5 items. Mo Huayuan's expression changed drastically. "How dare you call my master by his name? How dare you? How rude! Yuan Gaohan, Yunxiao said contemptuously. "Called you that? What's wrong? Are you going to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? You coward!" Mo Huayuan's body trembled with anger. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. He could see Yunxiao's strength as a 5-stars martial grandmaster at a glance. But he was only a 1-stars martial grandmaster. Although he claimed to have an advantage in soul power, he did not think that he could kill someone who was 4 stars above him. In Southfire City, his status was unparalleled. All forces had to give him some face, so there were no guards in the courtyard, because there was no need for them at all. No one would be stupid enough to offend him, but this time he was facing Yunxiao. "Don't try to goad me into action. I won't be fooled." Although Mo Huayuan was furious, he said coldly, thinking that he had seen through Yunxiao's means. Yuan Gaohan's loud laughter also came from the Divine Realm tablet. "Ha ha! Boy, you want to provoke my disciple? You're far from it." His voice was filled with pride, clearly very satisfied with Mo Huayuan's performance. Yunxiao stretched out a finger, shook it, and said with a sneer, "Goading? Do you have the right? It's better for Yuan Gaohan to come personally. Don't be angry. If you don't believe me, do you dare to bet with me?" Mo Huayuan's eyes, ears, and nose were all burning with anger. He laughed in anger. "Haha, bet with you? Could it be that they were betting on who was more stupid? Then I'll admit defeat." "What a fool!" Yunxiao sneered. "Don't you think your master will be very sad if he sees you like this? I'll bet with you on analyzing these 5 profound armament materials. Whoever can analyze them the fastest and most completely will win." Mo Huayuan laughed heartily. "Haha, you're just trying to goad me into action. Once I've analyzed everything, it's no big deal that you've lost." Yunxiao stared at him coldly and said unhurriedly, "If I lose, I'll give you my head. If you lose, as long as I'm in Southfire City, you'll have to bow your head and listen to my orders. How about it? Yuan Gaohan's disciple. Don't you want to make your master proud?" Mo Huayuan's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened in shock. What did you say? If I lose, you'll give me your head and neck? You think you can beat me?" His original anger was gone, replaced by great shock and doubt. The feeling Yunxiao gave him was by no means that of a rash and reckless young man. Under that frivolous look, there was a sophisticated temperament and an indescribable temperament. As an 8th-tier alchemist, although he could not see through Yunxiao's true condition, he could sense that he was extraordinary. It was also because of this that he found it hard to believe when the other party said that he was betting his life. Yunxiao took a step forward and said with a smile, "Do you dare to make a bet? Don't you want to win a match for your master to see? Let him see that you have enough power to return to the saint level." Mo Huayuan's expression darkened as he shouted, "Don't you dare use my master's name. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I accept this challenge. Originally, you have no right to challenge me, but you have rudely called my master's name many times. I don't care who you are. Today I will take your head and use your blood to wipe away your disrespectful words." Xianxia was very anxious. She did not expect Yunxiao to be so rash, and the matter had suddenly developed to this extent. She hurriedly stopped him and said, "Master Mo, young Master Yun is. Don't say any more. I've already accepted the challenge." He waved his hand to stop Xianxia. He raised his head proudly and said, "How do you want to compete?" A sense of powerlessness welled up in Xianxia's heart. If he had known this would happen, he would not have brought Yunxiao here. Even if she had offended Mo Huayuan, she could not let anything happen to Yunxiao. Otherwise, it would affect the two upcoming meetings, and when Tianyuan Trading Company collapsed, they would not be able to stand on their own. Yuan Gaohan's voice came from the Divine Realm tablet, and he was also very shocked. "Li Yunxiao, are you really going to compete with my disciple? And with your head? Could it be that you're trying to play tricks?" He would never think that Yunxiao could beat his disciple. Thinking of the boy's many tricks, he immediately snorted and said, "I don't care what you do, but don't you dare hurt my disciple." Yunxiao sent a voice transmission over and snorted coldly. "Just open your eyes and see how I beat your disciple. A high soul power isn't the deciding factor. Your disciple should have just advanced to the 8th step not long ago, so let me give him a good lesson, free of charge." "You coward!" Yuan Gaohan was rendered speechless. Yunxiao was talking about his way of nature, but only with a super strong understanding of the Tao of magic could he make up for the lack of soul power in terms of techniques and other aspects. Since his apprentice was an 8th-tier alchemist and he had learned a lot from him, his skills were naturally no worse than others. He was indeed curious about what Yunxiao could do to defeat him. At this moment, the arrow was already on the string. Yunxiao pointed at the 5 pairs of items on the table and said, "I'll use the simplest method. You choose an item and have Xianxia produce the same materials. You and I will refine it at the same time. Whoever refines the higher quality will win." "You, Xianxia, are you sure you want to compete like this?" Everyone was taken aback. In that case, there was no such thing as trickery at all. It was a test of the alchemist's overall strength, and it was the fairest way of competition that was used the most. If Yunxiao had won the competition, it would directly prove that his art of Tao was above Mo Huayuan's. Yuan Gaohan was also dumbfounded. His face immediately darkened, and he thought, this kid was indeed up to something. But he didn't know what kind of despicable means he was going to use to deal with Huayuan. Could Huayuan handle it? He was worried, but for some reason he was looking forward to it. He wanted to see what his disciple had achieved. "Good, very good. How dare you play with me? I'll play with you until the end. You're the one who brought this upon yourself, so you can't blame anyone else." Mo Huayuan retorted angrily. He took out an exquisite dagger, unsheathed it and stuck it on the table. He said softly, "This is the frost pearl dagger that my master gave me. I'll use it to take your head later." Mo Huayuan looked at the 5 items and casually pointed at them. "This 4-revolution pill it is then. President Kuan-Xian, please provide 2 sets of ingredients." Mi Xian was extremely unwilling. He wanted to avoid conflict between the two as much as possible, so he shirked. "Master Mo, I don't have the materials for this 4th revolution true pill on me. Let's have a competition. Young Master Yun is too arrogant." "All right, I'm done. You don't have it, but I do," Mo Huayuan bellowed. "Little Xian, come here," he shouted. The greedy and lecherous young man who had been guarding the door earlier jogged in. Under Mo Huayuan's orders, he took out 2 sets of the same ingredients. He looked at the atmosphere in the room with a strange expression, shrank his neck, and carefully retreated to a corner of the room. This master. Please check the 2 sets of materials and then choose one first." Mo Huayuan stared at Yunxiao coldly and laughed in anger. Yunxiao gave it a quick scan with his divine sense and found nothing strange about the materials. He smiled and said, "I'm fine with it." "Humph." Mo Huayuan snorted heavily. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He immediately picked up a set of materials, wrapped them in soul power, and began to refine them. He now felt that it was too much to talk to Yunxiao. All he wanted to do was defeat him as soon as possible, then take his head and see if he could still be as cool as he was now when he cut off his head. Yunxiao smiled and did not mind. It would be strange if Mo Huayuan's attitude was good. He slowly relaxed his body. It was very difficult to defeat an 8th-tier alchemist in refining, even if he had just advanced. He had to go all out. So he shouted, "Demonic dragon, fuse!" The demonic dragon's extremely unhappy voice came from his soul. It even had a hint of anger as it said, "Don't try to fuse for no reason. If we can't be separated in the future, I'll find a place to cry to death. Can't you just drag this little alchemist into the Divine Realm tablet and torture him if you don't like him? Do you have to go through so much trouble? Just do as I say." Xianxia said angrily. "Why are you talking so much nonsense to me?" Helplessly, the dragon could only gradually merge with Xianxia's soul, and a demonic soul power gradually rose. Yuan Gaohan had seen his soul battle technique before, so he didn't find it strange. He only secretly praised. It's indeed a good idea to improve the strength of one's soul with the help of the soul-devouring clan's soul battle technique. This method may open another door for alchemists to improve their strength. The 4 people in the room could not stay calm as they watched Xianxia transform into a demon. His face changed from a handsome man to an extremely demonic one. There were even scales on his body, which was a visual conflict. Is this the secret technique of the Swan Ni demon race? Mo Huayuan was shocked, not by his appearance, but by the fact that his opponent's soul power was increasing at an extremely fast speed. What kind of secret technique was this? Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be a descendant of a dragon. The peak of the 6th step. Have you stopped? While Mo Huayuan was refining the pill casually, he kept an eye on Xianxia's changes. The vast soul power finally stopped when it reached the peak of the 6th tier. Xianxia stepped forward, picked up the materials, and began to refine them. What? He's not using a cauldron. Everyone was taken aback, especially Mo Huayuan, whose face instantly darkened. Xianxia was trying to compete with him on the same level, which was an extremely humiliating thing for him, an 8th-tier alchemist. After snorting heavily, he ignored Xianxia and sped up the refinement of the materials in his hand. Although they were both condensed out of thin air, their techniques were completely different. Mo Huayuan's moves looked much more beautiful and gaudy. Every move was extremely pleasing to the eye. His movements were as neat as those from the textbook, giving people a wonderful feeling. They were gradually entranced by it. On the other hand, Xianxia's side was completely the opposite. Every move he made was extremely stiff, as if he was imitating someone else. What he used was the basic refining technique of the 12 styles of flying flower and falling snow, which gave people a strong feeling that he was just using a rigid method. At first, little Xuanzi was shocked by the soul power in his body, and he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He thought that he might have offended a great alchemist because of his disrespect to these people. But at this moment, when he saw his refining technique, he could only laugh. He was even worse than him. Mo Huayuan took a look as well. After a moment of shock, he continued with his own refinement. However, after taking a few more looks, a strange feeling arose in his heart. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After taking a few more looks and confirming that there were no problems, he was too lazy to pay attention to it. Although Mi Xian was not an alchemist, she had never eaten pork before, but she had seen a pig run. As soon as Xianxia used this technique, she could immediately tell who was better. She slapped her forehead, knowing that she was doomed. Moreover, he was extremely puzzled in his heart. This level could be reached by many ordinary people, so why did Ling choose him? Yuan Gaohan, who was in the Divine Realm tablet, suddenly asked, "Li Yunxiao, who did you learn these 12 styles from?" Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he said coldly, "Are you trying to chat with me, so that I can be distracted and help your disciple win?" Yuan Gaohan fell silent. He also knew that this kind of competition couldn't be divided, but the doubts in his heart were getting heavier and heavier. Although Yunxiao's movements were clumsy, there was not the slightest mistake. Moreover, each movement was disassembled and linked together without any sense of disharmony, and if one looked carefully, they would find that it was natural. However, these were not the most important things. What was most important, and even ignored by Mo Huayuan, was that the speed and purity of the various materials Yunxiao was refining were gradually surpassing Mo Huayuan's. In other words, Yunxiao had already won the first round of refining materials. No matter what, Yuan Gaohan found it hard to accept. Usually, a person who could purify more than 90% of the ingredients could be considered a master, and at Mo Huayuan's level, he could even approach 95%. However, this stage was not the key to victory, so even in a competition, very few people would pay attention to the purity of the other party. But not paying attention didn't mean that this stage was easy. Under Yuan Gaohan's gaze, he could clearly see that the materials Yunxiao had purified were at least 1% higher than Mo Huayuan's. This kind of difference was very difficult to appear after it had already reached 95% purity. It was especially so when the gap between two alchemists was very small, and any link could be the key to victory. Hiss hiss after the purification was completed. A light blue flame appeared on Mo Huayuan's finger. It grew bigger and bigger in the air, and the color became more and more vivid. Then it burned the purified raw materials. That's right. Huayuan has completely refined the inner flame of the ninth order heavenly flame demonic stallion. Yuan Gaohan revealed a look of admiration, and the previous solemnness was swept away. This competition had no suspense. However, he was suddenly stunned. Thinking of the terrifying divine fire contained in the divine realm tablet, he trembled all over. He can't be using the Phoenix divine fire in the outside world, can he? If that was the case, then the flame would be able to completely suppress the inner flame of the Tianfan demon flame stallion and obtain a huge advantage. Could it be that the true Phoenix flame is what this kid is relying on? Can the absolute suppression of flames overcome the gap of 2 ranks in spirit power? Yuan Gaohan's face was also filled with uncertainty. After all, he had never seen a 10th order flame before and had only read about it in sporadic ancient records. Finally, when Yunxiao had also finished the purification, a flame shot out from between his eyebrows. It was only the size of a fingernail, which made it look insignificant. Mi Xian felt completely hopeless. He had thought that this kid had an extraordinary temperament and was very arrogant when he spoke, so he would at least have some real skills. Now, it seemed that Lao AI had not only harmed him, but also Tianyuan Trading Company. Just as she was letting her thoughts run wild and her heart was in a mess, the nail-sized flame shot into the purified raw materials, and with a bang, it devoured all the raw materials like fireworks. The place where it burned just happened to cover the materials, and there was no excess at all. Yuan Gaohan's pupils contracted. This kind of exquisite control was impossible to achieve without being thoroughly tempered. Yunxiao's hands were very fresh and tender, not like the rough hands that stayed in front of the cauldron all day long to refine. This time, not only Yuan Gaohan, but Mo Huayuan also finally realized that something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. To his horror, he found that the internal fire of the heavenly flame foal, which he was burning the raw materials, was desperately burning away from Yunxiao, as if it had seen something extremely terrible and was trying to escape. This flame had long been refined into the state of mind and spirit as one. He could directly feel the fear from the flame. It was the pressure of an absolute level, which made his own flame terrified. This buy-in, Mo Huayuan was completely dumbfounded. He even forgot about his refining in that instant, and his hands stopped moving. His was the inner flame of a level 9 heavenly Brahma demonic flame stallion. Was there a flame in the world that could suppress it so? Even those peak 9th grade flames on the continent were only of the same grade. Even if they were a little higher, it was impossible to produce such a level of pressure. To be able to suppress a flame that could cause a 9th grade flame to produce a terrifying chill, this swan and I had nothing else other than the 10th grade divine realm flame. Mo Huayuan sucked in a breath of cold air. Other than feeling his body tremble, there was also an indescribable feeling. He never thought that he would be able to see a 10th tier flame in his lifetime. What made him speechless was that he was now competing in the art of Tao with the owner of the 10th tier flame. What was even more dizzying was that the owner of this 10th grade flame was actually a teenager in his teens. He was extremely shocked. Even though refining for revolution pills was a very simple process, he started to make mistakes. In the distance, little Xuanzi didn't understand the problem with the flames. Seeing Mo Huayuan stop, he cried out in surprise, "Master, you're refining a kasaya." Mo Huayuan's heart jolted in shock, and it was only then that he realized that he was still in the middle of a competition. If he were to lose, his reputation would be at stake. The most important thing was his master's reputation, as well as the matter regarding Wanwan. He couldn't let anything go wrong. He bit the tip of his tongue, and the pain immediately jolted him awake. He began to clear his mind of all distracting thoughts. To him, this was a competition that he could not lose. From the moment the true phoenix fire appeared, he had kept all his underestimation and became extremely cautious. He had never heard of anyone who could collect a 10th grade flame, but he was sure that they were definitely not ordinary people. Moreover, his inner fire of the Tianfan demonic flameful was greatly affected. If he could not control it with all his heart and soul, there was a possibility of failure even if he was an 8th-tier alchemist. Thinking of this, his heart became even more nervous. He hurriedly used his soul power to surround his inner flame, forming a defensive barrier that isolated the aura of the true phoenix flame. Only then did the Tianfan demon flame stallion's inner flame return to normal, and the entire refinement was pulled back from the edge of failure. Wu Chan said dejectedly, "President, I'm afraid young Master Yun is done for. Look at Master Mo's flame." He was casually playing with it, and his expression was extremely relaxed. Young Master Yun has just started a small fire, and he's already so tired that he's sweating and his face is pale. It looks like he can't hold on any longer. Mo Huayuan's face turned red, and a hint of anger flashed across his face. He thought that Wu Chan was deliberately mocking him, so he snorted angrily and concentrated on refining. On the other hand, Jin Xian frowned slightly. Although she also felt that Yunxiao's expression was a little exaggerated, Mo Huayuan also seemed to have become a little off. He did not seem as relaxed as before, but more solemn and determined. "Don't talk nonsense," she said to Wu Yan. "Let's wait and see. The results are not out yet. Who knows what will happen? You and I are not alchemists." "Tisk!" A mocking voice rang out. Little Xianxia had a playful look on his face, and he sneered disdainfully. "The two of you can't be so as to think that this hothead can defeat my master, right?" Wu Chun didn't have a good impression of him, so he said coldly, "At least young Master Yun is stronger than you, right? He's only a few years older than you, but his strength is far from what you can hope to catch up to. So what if he's strong? If he loses this time, his head will roll on the ground." A sinister look flashed across little Xian's face, and his eyes were filled with a little viciousness. Yunxiao's appearance put a lot of pressure on him, and his sense of superiority in the past was gone. Jin Chuan's heart tightened, and she exchanged a look with Wu Chan. Both of them had the same idea, and they had to keep Yunxiao alive no matter what. Soon, the calcination was completed, and the process of condensation began. This was the most important stage, where the soul power and techniques of alchemists were competed, which was also the critical moment that really determined the grade. Yunxiao took a deep breath and performed his best technique, the Illusionary Waves Heavenly Sutra. He had created this technique himself, and it was the most suitable for him. Most importantly, he could use every bit of his soul power to the extreme without wasting a single bit. The difference between him and Mo Huayuan was the difference of 2 ranks of soul power. This was also the most difficult part. Only when he executed every move to the extreme, in addition to Mo Huayuan's previous underestimation of his opponent and indifference, would he have any hope of winning. Gu Feiyang's elusive waves technique? Yuan Gaohan frowned slightly and muttered to himself. When Gu Feiyang was teaching in the Sea of Soul Formation, many people did learn this skill, but it was a bit difficult. He was even more shocked. After the cultivation technique was spread out, he had studied it for a while, and he had his own understanding of it. Now, when he saw Yunxiao using it, it seemed to be even more powerful than his own understanding. He was a 9th-tier great alchemist. Although it was someone else's cultivation technique, he had mastered it, and he could understand the essence of many things with just a glance. But why did he feel that his understanding was still not enough after watching Yunxiao perform it? Just like the 12 basic alchemy techniques, he also felt that Xianxia's understanding was above his. It was completely unreasonable and impossible. These two techniques were created by Gu Feiyang. Could this person be Yang Di's disciple? However, even Yang Di might not be able to display such essence and meaning. All of these had nothing to do with the level of alchemy, but was a kind of enlightenment in the Tao of alchemy, which could only be achieved with supreme wisdom and painstaking cultivation. Who was this kid? Yuan Gaohan's heart was covered with a thick layer of doubt. It was already hard to understand that a teenager could become a sixth-tier alchemist, and he could not be simply described as a genius. He dared not even imagine that he could defeat an eighth-tier alchemist. It was only now that Xiao's disadvantage of insufficient soul power was finally revealed, as his speed was getting slower and slower. With his current soul power, it would be easy for him to concoct a 4-revolution true pill. However, if he wanted to defeat Mo Huayuan, he would have to raise the quality of the pill to supreme grade or even higher. This required the constant use of incantation gestures and soul power to remove the impurities in the process of condensation, as well as allowing the various materials to achieve the best degree of fusion. This included the mutual promotion and restraint of the attributes, as well as the order of fusion, percentage, and so on. It required powerful strength to do it precisely. Xiao's divine sense was constantly analyzing and mixing the proportions of the various raw materials and the time needed to fuse them, allowing them to be completed one by one. The speed was extremely slow, and from an outsider's point of view, it looked like a large mass of various raw materials was continuously fusing together. Mo Huayuan's side was clearly much faster. Even little Xian couldn't tell what was going on, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He snorted from time to time as he glanced at the worried Jinxian and the other woman. Mo Huayuan took the time to glance at Xiao, and his pupils constricted violently. His vision was naturally not comparable to little Xuanzi's, so he could immediately see the brilliance of Xiao's technique and the use of soul power. He could not help but turn pale with fright, and his hands fluttered a few times in a panic, causing many minor mistakes to appear. Yuan Gaohan frowned and sighed slightly. He thought to himself, Huayuan has always been in closed-door cultivation and has never been disturbed by outsiders every time he refines. In this kind of competition, he lacked the experience of facing his opponent in battle. From the beginning until now, he had been distracted by his opponent's behavior at least 5 times. Each time, he had caused a slight mistake in the refining. If the two of them had similar strength, he would have lost this round long ago. On the other hand, Xiao had been focusing all his energy on the raw materials in front of him since the beginning of the refinement. He did not even glance at Mo Huayuan, as if he was the only one in the world. That kind of concentration was even less like a competition, but more like he was enjoying the fun of refining alone. This was a pure alchemist. Even Yuan Gaohan was stunned at this moment, as if he had seen the shadow of the art of alchemy in Xiao, the miniature of thousands of alchemists pursuing this path. This buy-in, Yuan Gaohan was completely dumbfounded, having an indescribable feeling. He found that Mo Huayuan could not beat him in any way except in terms of soul power, and he was even far from it. Even if it was him suppressing his soul power to the peak of the 6th step, would he be able to win? As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, he was shocked, because he found that even he, with Xiao's current soul power, was not confident that he could do as well as Xiao. It meant that Xiao's field of alchemy was no less than his, a 9th-tier existence. Shocking. At this moment, other than extreme shock, Yuan Gaohan was also extremely terrified. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? In the thousands of years of the heavenly martial continent, among the many geniuses who had been praised by the later generations, the most brilliant one was Yi Nantian, who had refined Noah's boat. Even Yi Nantian couldn't be so talented at such a young age. Mo Huayuan also felt himself panicking. He gradually discovered that Xiao's elusive waves technique was executed smoothly, and the Tao of magic contained in it was even beyond his reach. Cold sweat began to break out on his forehead, and his clothes were gradually drenched in sweat. His heart was in a mess. At this moment, The only thing he could rely on to suppress his defeat was his soul power that was 2 ranks higher than his opponents. In the history of alchemy, he had never heard of anyone being able to win a battle that was 2 ranks higher than themselves. This was also the source of his confidence. However, now that he discovered that other than soul power, the other party's comprehension of the art of Tao, refining techniques, and various fine control had surpassed his, he finally panicked. Just as Yuan Gaohan was worried about, Mo Huayuan had never experienced such an art competition, and he was even competing with an extremely unbalanced opponent. His mind was in a mess, and he immediately made a series of mistakes. This time, even little Xianxia, and the other 2 could tell, and they revealed puzzled expressions. After this stage of condensation, the quality can be more or less set. This 4 revolutions true pill is only a 4th-tier medicinal pill. It cannot undergo the heavenly tribulations tempering, so the probability of it being able to increase the grade when it finally condenses is not high. Master Mo, Yunxiao suddenly said, if you fail at the condensation stage, you will be completely defeated. If this is all Yuan Gaohan's disciple has, I'll be very disappointed. In the future, when I see him in person, I won't have any respect for him. Mo Huayuan's body trembled as if an electric current had passed through his body, and he broke out in a cold sweat. This was a competition that they absolutely could not lose. His master's honor and the promise of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce were more important than his own life. He couldn't lose even if he died. Mo Huayuan's eyes lit up, and the look of fear and panic on his face disappeared. The hand seals in his hands slowed down slightly, and his entire person gradually entered a state of calmness. He was no longer disturbed by the outside world, and his entire aura changed. Xianxia, little Xian, and the other 2 widened their eyes, not understanding what he was saying. It was as if Yunxiao was lecturing Mo Huayuan, and Mo Huayuan had accepted it in silence. They were completely confused. Yuan Gaohan's expression grew more and more solemn. Although Mo Huayuan had fallen behind by quite a bit, with his 8th-rank soul power, as long as he didn't make any more mistakes, there was still hope for him to turn the tide. But to Yuan Gaohan's dismay, the rhythm of the competition seemed to be completely under Yunxiao's control. Everything was centered around him, and Mo Huayuan seemed to have become a foil. This phenomenon was very easy to appear in the situation where there was a huge difference in strength between 2 people. In both cases, the stronger one would lead the competition, but now it was the complete opposite. The condensing process gradually came to an end, and the 2 of them were about to enter the process of consolidating equipment. Although Mo Huayuan made a lot of mistakes along the way, he was still faster than Yunxiao. From the beginning until now, I've lost in terms of purification and condensation. You're strong, really strong. So strong that I don't know what to do. When he spoke, Jinxian, Wuchan, and Xiao Xuanzi were all shocked. Their brains short-circuited and they lost their ability to think. What did Master Mo say? Say that he had lost? Yunxiao was so powerful that he was at a loss? All 3 of them had a dull expression, and their eyes seemed to be frozen, unable to move. I can say without exaggeration that you're absolutely the #1 person in the art of Tao among the young people in the world of martial arts. Mo Huayuan was not stingy with his praise. His face darkened as he said, if you hadn't warned me in the beginning and allowed me to continue panicking, you would have really won this competition. But Ing Luo, I have to thank you for pulling me back from my state of distraction in time. So, the result is that you lost, but I won't take your life. Oh? Could it be that you still have some final consolidating equipment technique? Yunxiao raised an eyebrow in disapproval. They were about to enter the final battle. As there was no thunder tribulation among the alchemy products below the 5th tier, there were few major changes. The quality of his pill was slightly higher than Mo Huayuan's, so as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he would win. With his personality and Tao of art, he would never make any mistakes. That's right, there aren't many methods below the 5th tier that can increase one's consolidating equipment. The lightning talisman is one of them, and the powerful flame is another. Even though you have a level 10 divine fire, I've long since seen that your soul power is insufficient, and it's impossible for you to use it again at the end. As for the lightning talisman, It's something only children would use. When I left the holy region, my master taught me something. Mo Huayuan's eyes shone with great confidence. At this moment, he looked at Yunxiao as if he had won, and his confidence that an 8th-tier alchemist should have was restored. Yunxiao's heart sank. That kind of confidence was definitely not an act, and he must have a trump card. He immediately asked with a voice transmission, "Old Yuan, what did you teach him? Hurry up and tell me. If I lose, you'll be finished too." Yuan Gaohan's eyes flashed with joy as he laughed. "Haha. Could it be that he has really mastered it? Not bad. You're worthy of being my disciple." Yunxiao's face flickered slightly. Since even Yuan Gaohan had said the same thing, it seemed that there was indeed something going on. He could not help but become vigilant. Mo Huayuan raised his hand and pinched 2 fingers together. Instantly, a golden light shot out from his palm and gradually condensed into a dazzling golden character in the air. His 2 fingers changed and gathered together again. Another light rose and another character appeared, shining with a gentle light. It was the golden tadpole-like characters of ancient times, and apart from Yuan Gaohan, the only 2 left, as well as the 2 he had mastered the most, were the incantation gestures for core condensation. Mo Huayuan mumbled a few incomprehensible words, and his hands began to move. 2 ancient scriptures were sent directly into the raw material, and the surging pill chi began to rise. The quality gradually solidified, and the pill fragrance began to spread. "Ha ha! Brat, you never would have thought that you would lose." Yuan Gaohan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Yunxiao had gained the upper hand all the way, the result was still his disciple's victory. As a master, he was naturally happy. Yunxiao also had a bad feeling. When the 2 golden tadpole-like characters appeared, he had already expected that something was wrong. Now that the situation had reversed, his eyes darkened and he retracted his thoughts. The elusive waves technique in his hand continued to speed up, creating layers of illusions. "It's no use," Yuan Gaohan said happily. "The elusive waves technique is powerful, but it's only created by Gu Feiyang, a 9th-tier alchemist. What my disciple is using is the profound meaning of the divine realm. There might be a glimmer of hope if you can perform it exactly the same as Gu Feiyang. But is it possible for you to do it? Lao AI." Without saying a word, Yunxiao's soul form directly appeared in the divine realm tablet and began to display the great expansion divine technique. In response, his body began to glow with the light of ancient scriptures. Although no words appeared in the air, an indescribable meaning spread out, making him look extremely sacred at this moment. "You coward!" Both Yuan Gaohan and Mo Huayuan were taken aback. Mo Huayuan did not understand why the elusive waves technique could produce such an effect, but Yuan Gaohan knew that it was the overlapping effect of the 2 different techniques performed at the same time. Yunxiao's soul power was nearly exhausted, so it was simply difficult for him to support it by separating a wisp of it. But what made Yuan Gaohan's face gradually change was that Yunxiao's soul power was not immediately exhausted at this moment, or it was slowly accumulating, storing, and preparing for the final blow. "What's going on? What's this technique?" Yuan Gaohan's heart was filled with doubt. "You really won? I've never lost in my life. Not to you or anyone else." Yunxiao's expression froze, and his eyes shone like stars. Every movement of his hands was covered with a golden light that looked like ancient scriptures. The whole elusive waves technique was executed in a divine manner, making the people around him feel that they were both very far and very close, as if they were no longer in this space and gradually lost their sense of existence. Mo Huawen's face paled in horror when he saw Yunxiao's technique. He had seen the elusive waves heavenly sutra technique many times, but he had never heard of anyone who could use it to this extent. Yuan Gaohan's face was dull, and the shock on his face suddenly slowly dissipated. His eyes burst with light, as if he had understood something. He felt that Yunxiao's words were very familiar, and they left a deep impression on him, but he could not remember them for a moment. Just as the elusive waves heaven's scroll technique was being executed in a marvelous manner, the memory in his mind was finally opened. A few decades ago, there was a major event that shocked the world. In the illusory realm of stars and moon, the most outstanding alchemy master in the past thousands of years, AI, suddenly appeared among the demon race, and he led a large number of demon alchemists to provoke the Sea of Soul formation. The original Sea of Soul formation laughed at this and did not take it seriously at all. Seeing that the other party was also a 9th tier alchemist, they sent out an alchemist who had just advanced to the 9th tier to deal with him. As a result, the 9th tier alchemist was completely defeated in the battle, and he vomited blood and died on the spot. This immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Sea of Soul formation. After all, every 9th tier alchemist was an irreplaceable wealth. The loss of one person for no reason infuriated the higher-ups of the Sea of Soul formation. Therefore, they planned to teach these arrogant demons a lesson. Therefore, the alchemist they sent next was an elder who was more than 200 years old and had studied the 9th tier and above for nearly 100 years. He was very famous, and his treatment in the headquarters of the Sea of Soul formation was only second to that of the president. However, the result was, not only had the alchemist been defeated, but they had also sent out more and more powerful beings. Even the vice president had failed miserably in the end. Within 7 days, he had defeated 5 people from the Sea of Soul formation, all of whom were famous great alchemists. This time the whole world was shocked. Not only did the Sea of Soul formation lose face, but the overall honor of the human race was also damaged. For a moment all the experts in the world were boiling. The human race had always regarded themselves as the legitimate overlord race of the heavenly martial arts realm. They had always looked down on the rest of the demon race and sea race. However, he didn't expect that no one would be able to accept the beast race's provocation this time. If the human race were to continue to lose in the 2 major fields of arts and martial arts, how could they still have any face to speak of? Even the sacred zone, which had always been at odds with the Sea of Soul formation, could no longer sit still and sent a large number of alchemists to help. At that time, the person leading the army was the Lord who was faintly known as the world's #1. He was also Yuan Gaohan's teacher, and Yuan Gaohan, as his assistant, had also gone with him. Yuan Gaohan could still clearly remember that when he first came to the Sea of Soul formation, the atmosphere there was extremely heavy. No one, be it the high-level officials or the ordinary alchemists, could be seen smiling. They were all frowning and holding a grudge against the demon race. At that time, Lu Zongzi, the master of the Sea of Soul formation and the leader of all alchemists in the world, had immediately summoned all the alchemists above the 9th tier to discuss a solution after seeing Yuan Gaohan's master. Everyone's consensus was that no one could take on the challenge except Lu Zongzi and Yuan Gaohan's master. However, both Yuan Gaohan's master and Lu Zongzi had extremely high status. Once they lost, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the entire human race's art Dao, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The 2 of them were also hesitant, unable to make up their minds to accept the challenge. At this moment, a woman suddenly suggested. The woman was not an alchemist, but her status was also extremely respected. She was Lu Fian, the Red Lotus martial sovereign, one of the 10 titled martial sovereigns. The person who had proposed the idea at that time was also in the Sea of Soul formation, but he did not care about the provocation of the demon race, and he did not even attend such an important meeting. When Lu Fian suggested that person, the whole venue was in an uproar. More than half of the alchemists disagreed, and they were very suspicious of that person's ability. Yuan Gaohan had just advanced to the 9th tier alchemist at that time, and he was in the prime of his life, so he didn't take it seriously when he first heard all kinds of comments about this man. Yuan Gaohan himself was a genius, and coupled with his master who was publicly acknowledged as the #1 alchemist in the world, he simply didn't put that person in his eyes. Moreover, how could such an unruly person have such high achievements in the art of divination? Some alchemists even threatened to leave the Sea of Soul formation, protesting that man's participation in the battle on behalf of the human race. The quarrel lasted the whole night. In the end, Lu Zongzi and Yuan Gaohan's master agreed to let that person have a try. The reason was that this person must have extraordinary talent since he could create the 12 styles of flying flower and falling snow. However, if they were still defeated, only one of them would have to fight in the end. Lu Zongzi immediately sent people to find that person overnight. What made them want to vomit blood was that the person actually extorted Lu Zongzi and his master for a large number of supreme-grade medicinal pills and all kinds of refining materials, even a 10th-tier spirit herb, by taking advantage of the fact that his soul power had yet to recover after the last refining. Yuan Gaohan's heart ached as he watched from the side, and he really wanted his guard to kill him and rob him of the treasure. But at the thought of that person's strength, he still held back. The two lords were also extremely depressed, considering that this competition was related to the reputation of the human race, and that the race was more important. They endured it again and again. Who knew that, on the second day of the competition, this fellow didn't even use a single pill before going up the stage. He didn't even drink a mouthful of water. Those two lords were so angry that they wanted to rush up and tear him apart. Fortunately, that person did not fail his mission. Yuan Gaohan came back to his senses, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. As he looked at Yunxiao, who had finally performed the final pill condensation, his thoughts returned to the arena where all the people had left. On that day, the sea of soul formation was filled with clouds and mist. Under the magical god tower that reached the clouds, a rainbow crossed the sky and landed on the other side of the clouds. The location of the competition was the largest cloud island, floating around the magic god tower. It was called Rainbow Clouds Chasing the Moon. A few hours before the competition, all the clouds around Rainbow Cloud Chasing Moon had been packed with alchemists. Some of the more powerful ones were even hovering in the air, surrounded by martial supreme experts to protect them, showing their strength and status. AI Du sat cross-legged in the sky above the Rainbow Cloud Chasing Moon. His eyes were closed, and he was wearing a brown brocade robe. His long hair was like flowing water, and his face was as clear as the lake. He actually had the appearance of a young man in his 20s, with a delicate and clear face. He calmly sat in the air and formed a strange demonic seal with one hand. It flickered in front of his chest, and his left hand was gently placed on his dantian. He entered a state of calmness and waited. A ray of purple light surrounded his body and began to flow without any form. It was as if he had cultivated some kind of cultivation technique, which brought about a divine power phenomenon. The people from the Sea of Soul Formation all showed a deep fear of that purple cloud. It was AI Huey's cauldron weapon, the sky-illuminating cloud. It could actually directly take physical form, moving with light and shadow. A great demon emerged from the clouds and coldly glanced at the ashen-faced humans. He sneered in disdain and said, "Which random fish are you sending out today?" He laughed contemptuously. "I heard that the human race's soul formation sees Master Lu Zongzi led the world. In the divine capital of the holy region, Lord Amaterasu was unparalleled. Turns out that he's actually Bai-in. TSK. How embarrassing." His words immediately caused the anger in the clouds to rise sharply. Sparks of hatred condensed in the air, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. All of them were so angry that they wished they could rush up to block the muzzle and blow up the bunker. Lu Zongzi and Tian Zhaozi looked at each other helplessly. They were under the greatest pressure, especially Lu Zongzi, who was the president of the Alchemist Association and the leader of all the alchemists in the world. He said to the person behind him, "You're up. Don't let too much pressure affect your performance. You can take the Heaven Fate pill I gave you yesterday. It will increase your chances of winning." Yuan Gaohan, who was standing behind Tian Zhaozi, turned his head slightly and saw the man walking out from Lu Zongzi's side. He was wearing a stone blue diamond robe and didn't pay attention to Lu Zongzi's words. Instead, he winked at a woman in red in the crowd and chuckled, "Sister Fian, I'm a little afraid of heights. Can you help me?" At that time, Yuan Gaohan's expression changed slightly, and many people were also angry. At this critical moment, he was still thinking about hitting on girls. Lu Fian was wearing a lotus flower embroidered red dress, with a few fiery red lotus flowers carved on it. Her expression was indifferent, and no expression could be seen. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Fian raised her right hand and stroked her hair. She casually formed a lotus with her fingers and gently threw it forward. A red fire lotus flew out from her palm and transformed in the air. It floated in front of the person. Then 1 became 2, 2 became 3, and it actually gave birth to a red lotus path. The gorgeous and bright red lotus fire spread out with the flowers, spreading from the person's feet to the colorful clouds chasing the moon. All the fiery red lotuses bloomed at this moment, and a strange beauty appeared in the sky. It was like a heavenly path, with red lanterns connected from head to tail. It was also like a lotus pond in the sunset, reflecting the figure of the man in the sky. The big demon's face changed as he looked at Lu Fian in shock. At this moment, AI also opened its eyes and looked forward. It chuckled and said, "Who are you?" The man stood on a red lotus, and in the sky, the bright red reflected his long shadow, as if he was the only one left in the world. He opened his thin lips and said softly, "Gu Feiyang." AI raised its eyebrows as if it was thinking about the name. The big demon's face turned cold and he said in fear, "You're Gu Feiyang, the martial sovereign vanquisher?" He suppressed the shock in his heart. Under the other party's temperament, he only felt that the martial intent in his heart was somewhat shaken. He hurriedly shouted, "This is an art competition. What are you doing here?" Gu Feiyang chuckled and stepped on the rainbow cloud chasing moon in a few steps. He said, "The one competing is your master? What are you shouting for?" The sleeve of his right hand fluttered, and a gust of wind and cloud gathered. He waved his hand and slapped it out. The path of heaven that the flame lotus had opened up seemed to be swaying under the gathering of the wind and clouds. Lu Fian was finally moved. She waved her right hand gently and the lotus flower bloomed, turning into a rain of petals that sprinkled down like a blood-colored setting sun. The great demon instantly felt a huge pressure coming at him. He wanted to use his genuine chi to resist, but he was shocked to find that his little strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant trying to shake a tree under the wind and cloud palm. He collapsed in an instant. He didn't even have the time to let out a cry of surprise before he was slapped away without a trace. Gu Feiyang looked at AI Hui and chuckled, "You're so full of yourself. I really don't know how you barbarians can stand it. The flies are gone, we can start now." A hint of surprise appeared in AI Hui's eyes when he saw the big demon being sent flying in the sky. His eyes flickered with a sharp light as he stared at Gu Feiyang and said, "Your martial arts cultivation is very powerful, but you're no match for me in the art of divination." Gu Feiyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and chuckled. "I admit that my mouth isn't as good as yours. You couldn't have been the one who won the first few matches with your mouth, right?" AI laughed as well. He descended from the sky and stepped on the colorful cloud. His brown robe fluttered in the wind as he looked at Gu Feiyang. Gu Feiyang was slightly surprised. Just by standing there, the young man in front of him gave him the feeling of a mountain, and he had a faint feeling of wanting to look up to him. He was greatly shocked. Although his art of Tao could not be said to be at the peak of the 9th rank, it was not far from the peak. Even in front of Lu Congzi and Tian Zhaozi, he had never felt such a sense of oppression. Could this person be a level 10 warlock god? His heart sank slightly. He had already begun to feel that something was amiss. No wonder those old fellows from earlier had been defeated one by one. "Although you're not my match, I think this will be a very happy match. Let's start. You set the rules." Aida laughed generously. Gu Feiyang was not to be outdone in terms of aura. He smiled back and said, "Then let's make it simple. We'll just refine a random medicinal pill and compare the grades." AI nodded and said, "Very good. I'm afraid it's difficult to distinguish the quality of ordinary level 9 medicinal pills. Why don't we make it simple and refine the 2 elements pill? What do you think, Sir Pajun?" "Very good," Gu Feiyang said, suddenly moved. Lu Congzi immediately waved his hand, and someone quickly brought up a large amount of 9th-tier materials. The yin and yang pill was the most precious treasure among the 9th-tier alchemists, and ordinary 9th-tier alchemists could not even try to refine it. It was named yin and yang, which condensed yin and yang qi and transformed the meaning of yin and yang into a pill, which was also very beneficial to martial emperor realm experts. AI's personality was very straightforward, and it didn't drag things out. After the materials were brought up, it directly picked them up, gently opened its mouth, and spat out a mouthful of flames. Judging from the heat and power, it was definitely a 9th grade flame without a doubt. While he was calcinating and purifying the raw materials, the purple light that had been revolving around his body gathered in front of him, gradually condensing into a purple cauldron that illuminated the sky and fell on the rainbow cloud-chasing moon. As the refining process gradually unfolded, Gu Feiyang's heart became unusually heavy. He had never felt such pressure from refining. He was getting less and less confident about winning. He was not the only one. All the alchemists around him were very accomplished, and they soon saw that Gu Feiyang was at a disadvantage in every move. With such accumulation, it was impossible for him to win. At this moment, many complaints rose up from all directions. Many of them looked at Lu Fian with malicious and uncertain eyes. For a moment, everyone was in a panic. Lu Congzi and Amaterasu's faces were also extremely ugly, especially since Gu Feiyang had extorted so many elixirs from them, but none of them had been used. At this moment, Tian Zhaozi's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was filled with rage. He lost his composure and shouted, "What is Gu Feiyang doing? Refine the yin and yang pill to level 8. What? Refine the yin and yang pill to level 8? Isn't this a 100% loss?" Everyone present was stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone present was a senior in the art of magic. With a glance, they saw that Gu Feiyang, who had been at a disadvantage, had started to condense his pill. It seemed that he wanted to condense the yin and yang pill before AI Hui did. To condense a pill at this level, he was definitely at the 8th tier without a doubt. Wasn't this a sure lose? All of a sudden, everyone was even more furious, and they cursed him on the spot. If it were not for the experts guarding the area, the situation would have been chaotic. The angry human alchemists would have rushed up and bitten him to death, regardless of whether he was a titled martial sovereign or not. Don't embarrass yourself. Get down here. Gu Feiyang, you have disgraced your identity as an alchemist. Return your identity as an honorary elder immediately. Get out of the sea of soul formation. You embarrassing thing. Stop right now. For a time, the angry roars continued, and even Lu Congzi was furious. With a gloomy face, he ignored the boos. Even Lu Fian, who recommended Gu Feiyang, raised her eyebrows and was full of doubts. Gu Feiyang would never be such a foolish person who would risk his life. If he reached level 8, he would lose without a doubt. AI was also stunned for a moment, and his hand movements slowed down a little. He looked at Gu Feiyang in surprise and saw that his face was full of calmness, as if he was very calm. The pill is done. Gu Feiyang suddenly shouted. An array of light shot out from his hand, illuminating the sky with a colorful light. It was the strange phenomenon of the birth of an 8th-tier medicinal pill, and it was very beautiful. However, no one was in the mood to appreciate it. They were all thinking that they were done for. The members of the demon clan were all beaming with joy and were extremely proud. Right at this time, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and rolling thunder appeared. It was precisely the lightning tribulation of a tier 8 medicinal pill. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. It would be best if they struck this godforsaken bastard to death. Gu Feiyang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His hands quickly set up a green array around the level 8 elixir. All kinds of strange symbols appeared on it and spread out with the elixir as the center. Suddenly, AI Huey's heart skipped a beat and he focused his gaze in that direction. When he saw the array clearly, his expression suddenly changed and he said in horror, "Do you think this is a thunder-gathering array?" Boom, boom, boom. The lightning in the sky condensed more and more, and finally fell. A green heavenly lightning directly blasted down towards the 8th-tier medicinal pill. The sound of thunder rumbled and all the curses were drowned out. AI suddenly sucked in a cold breath and cried out, "If the lightning strikes this formation, it can even transform into Zifu Divine Lightning. How can this level 8 medicinal pill withstand the Zifu Divine Lightning? Even if you take it head on, you'll only be able to raise the quality to supreme grade at most. There's no way to cross a tier. Why do you want to do something so meaningless? Besides, the Zifu Divine Lightning isn't something that ordinary people can control. Once it explodes, the consequences will be disastrous." Suddenly, he stopped talking. His words were stuck in his throat, because he saw a smug smile on Gu Feiyang's mouth. He seemed to have understood something. His eyes widened and he said in horror, You want to run? Gu Feiyang chuckled. That's right. The reason why I'm refining level 8 elixir is to condense the elixir before you do. That way, I can directly turn the green lightning that falls on me into Zifu divine lightning through the thunder-gathering formation. Did I say that I want to control it? He smiled slyly and said, When the Zifu divine lightning explodes, it'll just be an accident. The entire rainbow cloud chasing moon will be blown into nothingness. This battle between you and me can only be considered a draw. And Gu Feiyang revealed a proud smile and said, I'm a martial sovereign at the peak of the 9th heaven, so I won't be seriously injured even if I take the Zifu divine lightning. But can you? With just the body of a demon, even if I don't die, I'll definitely be heavily injured. At that time, even if we fight again, you won't be my opponent. The conversation between the two was covered by the sound of thunder, and outsiders could not hear it clearly. Moreover, only they could see the thunder-gathering formation in front of Gu Feiyang clearly. AI Huey's mouth was wide open. He had not expected the other party to have such a plan. He opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to say something, but it was too late. The green lightning struck the level 8 2 elements pill in front of Gu Feiyang. It did not explode, but spread suddenly and was absorbed by the green formation. More and more of them gathered and gradually turned purple and green. At this moment, Tian Zhaozi and the others finally realized that something was wrong. Lu Zongzi's expression changed in horror as he said, What's going on? The purple lightning. Gu Feiyang suddenly shouted and said in a panic, Oh no! I can't control it! After he finished speaking, he quickly fled outside. AI Huey's face turned green and white under the purple lightning. Even someone with such a high self-restraint like him couldn't help cursing, Fuck you, you human bastard. He also threw down the pills that he was still refining and quickly fled. Boom! There was a huge explosion. Suddenly, the sky and the earth lost their color. The sun and the moon lost their light. The sky above the Sea of Soul formation was filled with a brilliant purple light. The experts hiding in the void were shocked and hurriedly attacked. All of them were Martial Supreme Realm experts, and when they joined forces, the world changed color. They immediately controlled the power of the explosion on the rainbow cloud chasing moon and blasted a huge black hole, absorbing the terrifying power of the Zifu divine thunder. However, the biggest cloud above the Soul Formation Sea had completely disappeared. AI, who was affected by the explosion, spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell on the body of the big demon who had come to rescue him. Gu Feiyang, on the other hand, formed a defense himself. Although it was very laborious, he escaped unscathed. There was not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Lu Zongzi looked at the empty place where the colorful clouds and moon used to be. He pointed at Gu Feiyang and roared, What happened? What was that purple lightning? It's all my fault for not controlling the power of the lightning tribulation well, Gu Feiyang said with a pained expression. Sigh, what should we do about this competition? You didn't control it well? How can a mere 8th grade lightning strike you? Lu Zongzi flew into a rage. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and was stunned on the spot. His emotions calmed down in an instant. He looked at Gu Feiyang, who looked indifferent, with a complicated look in his eyes. He exchanged a look with Amaterasu Z. The two of them immediately realized that this kid had done it on purpose. Gu Feiyang sighed with a solemn face. This AI is so talented. He's too monstrous. I'm afraid that even the two of you might not be able to defeat him. He didn't finish his sentence. Lu Zongzi and Tenzatzi were both shocked. They naturally believed Gu Feiyang's words. If even he could tell that the two of them were no match for each other, then who in the world could be a match for them? Was the title of the best alchemist in the world going to be taken by the demon race? No human alchemist could accept this result. Yuan Gaohan was also angered by Gu Feiyang's actions, but he finally understood from Tian Zhaozi's expression. He felt that this person was too terrifying. He could actually come up with such a way to disrupt the competition and directly reverse the outcome. Although it seemed a little underhanded, At least he had temporarily saved the face of the human race. From that moment on, he had a trace of fear for Gu Feiyang. Later on, Amaterasu Z announced that the competition had suddenly been interrupted due to an accident and that it was a draw. This immediately caused the other demi-humans to be dissatisfied. I just refined the level 8 yin and yang pill and condensed it into form. Everyone saw it, Gu Feiyang said coldly, and Master AI didn't seem to have refined anything. If it's not a draw, then I should be the winner. This immediately rendered all the demon clan members speechless. From the progress before the purple lightning explosion, it was true that Gu Feiyang was slightly better, but this was too fucking depressing. Not to mention these great demons, even AI, who was seriously injured, was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes full of resentment. In a fit of anger, AI Gung made a promise on the spot that he would compete again in 3 days. Gu Feiyang agreed on the spot. AI Hui would not be able to recover to his peak state in 3 days. If they could not defeat him even with this opportunity, then the human race would really have no hope this time. However, what made everyone's heart tremble was that even AI, who was injured, was able to suppress Gu Feiyang during the refining of the profound level weapon 3 days later. In desperation, Gu Feiyang took a risk and directly merged the 3 swords that represented his unparalleled sword intent. Then, he forcibly turned the 9th rank demonic dragon into a sword soul and forged the sword that was full of criticism and was still in debate star sword slash. The moment the treasured sword was born, it immediately shone brightly in the starry sky. The enlightened sword light shot up into the 9 heavens and very coincidentally dispersed the lightning tribulation that AI Hui was refining a peak 9th grade profound weapon. This scene instantly made everyone completely dumbfounded. After the opponent's profound level weapon thunder tribulation was split open by the enlightenment sword light of the star sword slash, it gradually disappeared. Below, AI Hui's mouth was wide open as he looked at the clear sky. The profound armament that he had spent so much effort to condense had no lightning tribulation, and its grade was only at the beginning of the 9th tier. Couldn't even be compared to the beginning of the 9th tier profound armament. AI Hui was so angry that he almost fainted. He pointed at Gu Feiyang and couldn't say a word. However, the enlightenment sword light was indeed very strange. It didn't seem to be man-made. It seemed to be full of spirituality and had cut out by itself. Under such circumstances, AI Hui had no choice but to admit defeat. He looked at the star slasher and sighed. This sword of yours has almost reached the quality of a saint artifact. Even if I can successfully refine it, I won't be able to beat you. I've really lost this time. The Sea of Soul Formation and the Saint Realm naturally wouldn't disclose the details of this battle. From then on, Gu Feiyang's name shook the world and was like the sun in the sky. When Gu Feiyang fused the 3 swords in a hurry, he said something that Yuan Kuai remembered deeply. This lord will not lose to anyone in my life. The voice seemed to have come from several years ago, overlapping with the words Yunxiao had said earlier. Yuan Gaohan gradually came back to his senses from his reminiscence. Looking at his disciple and Yunxiao's refinement process, and how the elusive waves technique was completed in one go, he no longer had any doubts. So it's you. You're not dead, Gu Feiyang.